Nice to see you.
Yeah, the river is like on the bottom part of the land.
How are we? Anything else?
I'm ready to roll.
Okay, what's that? Anything else? No, I think we're good. I'm just gonna take.
Okay. The meeting of the Leeward Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Thursday, July 21st, 2022. Time is 9:37 a.m. The meeting is live streamed on YouTube. Are we up and running on YouTube? Yes. Okay. First off is introductions. We have Vice Chair Barbara DeFranco, Commissioner Michael Delacruz, Commissioner CJ Knudsen. Good morning. Commissioner Zaheda Knowles.
Good morning.
Commissioners Mahina Paishan Ward and Faye Yates are excused today. And I'm Chairperson Mike Patusek. We have a quorum to hold this meeting. Continuing with introductions of county staff. Deputy Corporation Counsel Malia Kikai, Attorney for the Planning Commission. Deputy Corporation Counsel Gene Campbell, Attorney for Planning Department. Planning Director Zendo Kern.
Good morning.
Deputy Planning Director Jeff Darrow. Just way in the back there, selling hot dogs. Planning Program Manager Maya Jackson. Planner Jessica Andrews. Planner Christian Kay. And Commission Secretary Noriko Sauer. We also have Janice Hata and Hilo assisting us with Zoom and live stream component.
Good morning.
Morning. And then Robin Matsumoto with Department of Public Works will be available by Zoom. Thanks for being here, Robin. Okay, please make sure that your cell phones are turned off or on silent mode. All of us who are attending in person, please remember to pick up your microphone when you speak. Please speak directly into the microphone so that your statements can be recorded and transcribed. I'll note that the June 16th meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum. So all 4 items of the new business section are from that agenda. And we have a couple of unfinished items as well today. Next order of business is the approval of minutes. The minutes from the May 19th, 2022 meeting have been circulated. Are there any corrections? If not, can we have a motion to approve? Motion by Vice Chair DeFranco. Second. Second by Commissioner Delacruz. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, continuing on to statements from the public on agenda items. And I will ask Malia to give us a quick explanation of the new rules that were passed regarding sunshine rules.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yeah, recently, I don't know the exact date, I was July 8th or 9th. There was a new law that went into effect, basically that we have to take, which is kind of how the planning commission has always done it, is we take public testimony at every agenda item. But what we will also be allowing is if anybody wants to give their testimony up front at this time, they could also do that. But it's one or the other. So you can give your testimony now at the beginning of the meeting, or you can just wait till the agenda item is called and then give your testimony at that time. Thank you.
Okay. So as stated in the published agenda, statements from the public regarding any items on this agenda will be taken at the time the particular item is called to order. If there's anyone who would like to testify now, please fill out the, I imagine already signed up. If you have any written testimony that's been submitted, we've received that, so don't need to restate your written testimony. Testifiers on Zoom. The host will put you back in the waiting room until your agenda is called to order, if that's what you want, or you're welcome to do it now. Either way, after Zoom testimony has been completed, you can drop off the Zoom and then pick up the testimony on YouTube. To all testifiers, please summarize your testimony within 3 minutes. Please don't be repetitive. If you submit a written testimony, don't simply reread it, but supplement it and update your testimony. Staff will notify you 1 minute is left and when your 3 minutes is up. Let's see. Let's proceed with the Zoom testifiers. Did anybody like to
Chair, this is Janice. We have a couple of questions from testifiers in the Zoom room.
Okay.
So Tara Rojas, do you want to go first and ask your question?
Kalama, 1 second. There is like a slight lag on the live one. And so, actually, let me just come back to this one. Wait, 1 sec. Okay. Hello. So am I the first testifier?
No, you have a question. Do you have a question?
Oh no, usually in other meetings, you have to raise your hand to let them know that you want to testify.
Okay. I think with this one, do we have the completed form for testimony? This is just in person. Okay. And then the rest.
I can wait until I'm called. It was just that, sorry, Kalamai, usually in the other meetings, you have to raise your hand.
No worries. Yeah, we'll take it in the order that we've got it in here.
Chair,
Okay.
Yes.
Janice is hosting in Hilo, and she has a list of all the testifiers that are on Zoom for each item, so she can leave you and let you know who's available.
Okay, well, if that's the case, Janice, if you've got the most up-to-date list, if you could just take us through the public testimony and you can call the testifiers to speak. And then if there is from commissioners, I can interject and we can get the questions answered.
Yes. I have the most updated list. We have 17 testifiers registered, and I think one person just registered. So let me download the latest report
Okay.
to see
And
which item that person testifying on.
again, to the testifiers, you can either give your testimony now, or you can just indicate that you prefer to wait to give the testimony once the agenda item is called. Okay. Let's, is there a way we can do a show of hands of everybody that wants to testify now versus later?
Yes, we have 2 people raising their hands to testify now.
Okay.
And we have currently for item 1, we have 2 people testifying on Zoom. Item 2, we have 1 person. Item 3, we have 2. Item 4, we have 2 people. And yeah,
Okay.
so we have 3 people right now raising their hand to testify at this time. So
Okay. Go ahead and take us through the list of the testifiers, please. Thank you.
okay, so Heidi White has her hand raised to testify now. And the next would be Rebecca Melendez and then Stacy Sawyer.
Okay. To those of you who have requested now, would you your
Do you want me
Zoom-
to start?
Yeah, please raise your right hand so I can swear you in. All 3 of you. Good. Thank you. And I'll take that little hand emoji as being raised also. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. Please begin your testimony with your name and the town you live in.
Good morning. My name is Heidi White. I've been a realtor in Kona for 26 years and resided 43 years. The bulk of my sales has always been in the Keoho, Kahalu, and Ali'i Drive areas. And this is where I raised my 3 children. I'm speaking against this development today because of the concerns about where Kona is headed and how we can care for our residents, old and young. I'm fully against this development for many reasons, but I'm going to talk about 2. I've seen many changes in the past 40 plus years, and many of us have experienced this tsunami evacuations, and we know they are gridlocked so much that every day of every year, I practice to park my car forward, to drive straight out, as every minute is essential to make it out before the gridlock. Thank God we haven't had a tsunami to wipe us all out, but it's a looming worry. Within the past month, a hardworking, non-drug using elder friend of mine, who I would watch pedal his motorized bike in the morning to his side jobs, in his 70s, recently died in a homeless camp. What a shock to many of us. Our young families with children, our elders are forced out onto the streets because there's no housing. These are non-drug user, hardworking citizens of our community. I feel like the county and all of these people representing us are dropping the ball. Clearly, the news has been written this last week about fraudulent bribing and illegal handling of developments who agree to comply with affordable housing agreements. And these requirements are fraudulently swept under the rug to be forgotten. Our people have a voice. That's you and me. You in office and me out working within the community, who I love. We have to fight for housing for our young, retired, and working class. This development is not needed and will cause a danger to all that live here for the lack of evacuation solutions and displacement of our old and our young, precious Kama'aina. Why should someone come from somewhere else and get precious housing that's on short supply when our people have none due to mismanagement of our county and planning departments? These two subjects are a crime in process. Stop this developing crime to Hawaii's people, who you and I agree are a treasure. And that's why all these tourists are coming here to experience the aloha and the Kama'aina way. We must take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, are you gonna run through the list since you have the current list?
Yes, next up is Rebecca Melendez.
Hi. So, okay, am I on? Am I on? Oh, I am?
Yes.
Okay. Heidi, I just want to say I support you 100%. I'm Rebecca Melendez. Lived in Keho, off and on almost 30 years. My heart goes to this island. I came here because of the aloha. I came here because of how it felt. And now I'm seeing huge changes that I feel the island does not have the infrastructure for or the resources for. I've actually created a petition at change.org/save Big Island that has about 8 map keys that are in application process, which is over 300 acres of land that is now being an application process to build. As agreed, I totally agree with the fact that we need housing for the people. We need housing for Kama'aina. We need housing for locals who have been here for many, many years and not for the newcomers who have the millions of dollars to spend. In the petition that I've created, it's also saying if we could have a stipulation, if there is development, for those developers to have a huge percentage to only sell to locals at an affordable rate and not for the millionaire newcomers, because honestly, that would help keep the population at a place. If the state doesn't have the money to fund housing and developers are doing this development, to have the developers sell to locals at an affordable rate would not increase the population at a drastic rate. It would help what we have an issue with, which is housing. And also the sewer issues. We've had, sewer lines break. We have 2 lanes. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's 2 lanes around the entire island. That's it. The traffic as it is right now, it could take me sometimes 20 minutes, 30 minutes to go 7 miles, to get to town during high tourism. Parking. We don't have parking. We need to have the infrastructure in place. And honestly, the Big Island it doesn't have the infrastructure to turn into Oahu. Look at what's happened to Oahu, sewer issues, traffic, over 2 hours of traffic, for people. mostly newcomers coming in rather than having affordable housing for people. You know, the aloha is about the heart. You know, I'm not Hawaiian, but I've fallen in love with this island and I know what aloha is. And for any of you guys who are taking a bribe, which is very corrupt for government, and a lot of, I'm not saying anybody is, but I'm saying if something's happened, you got to know the job for this island is to be for the island and be for the locals and not be for the money, and, you know, be to support what the island has and what the big island is. And the big island cannot turn into Oahu because it doesn't have the infrastructure. As it is, it could take months to get a doctor's appointment. It took me 3 months to get a dentist appointment. We don't have, you know, it's just, we just don't have the resources to increase the population at this drastic rate that all of these applications that I have in my petition are going for. And so I just wanted to say, you know, please step back. Do not, you know, I want to oppose any of this new development because the island is just, it needs to slow down. All of these applications need to be opposed right now until we get, you know, the locals to have housing. You know, the aloha has to be there and it has to come from the heart. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is for items 5 and 6, Stacy Sawyer.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacy Sawyer. I live at 77122 Queen Kalama Avenue, 2 doors down from Nani Loa. This development I'm so against it. And everyone in our community is against it. I have turned in testimony. I've turned in a petition. I agree with the last 2 speakers on everything. In my written testimony that I submitted, we have wonderful wildlife here that would be gone if this is allowed to go through. If you put in that road off of Ali'i Drive for them to access this new development, we all know that that is just going to lead to more houses being approved. The noise, the traffic, no emergency routes, too many developments in this area. We have Stanford Car down the road on Ali'i, Kamehameha Schools, they want to put in the bungalows. There's another one, I don't know what it's technically called for approval, with 52 more affordable homes on Ali'i Drive. It's too much. It's too much for this area. We all know they're going to use Nani Loa and other places to access this with their trucks and their drilling. And furthermore, it's a California company. They missed the deadline. I listened to the whole last when they testified, and they had no good excuse for not submitting their paperwork. You know, that's just ridiculous. They missed the deadline. They were disappointed it wasn't approved. And therefore, why are we even looking at this? These Kuakini walls, they'll disappear forever. They'll be gone. This is Hawaiian land. I'm just so upset about it. Please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, testifying on items 5 and 6.
Aloha, my name is Tara Rojas, and yes, I am so glad to hear the previous testifiers because this is happening on all islands. And to hear that Kanaka allies are speaking up for Hawaii Island against this Nani Loa development for the reasons that they've stated, and you've heard, you know, this land, this aina, you know, is primarily for Kanaka Maoli. And for those of us who were born and raised here and or just, you know, are really Kanaka allies, and thus we feel and we're here to protect the same values that Kanaka Maoli have and have held for generations. And so if you're hearing this speaking up against this development for Nani Loa on Moku Keawe, now can you imagine the same exact thing? I just came off from a Kauai County Council meeting, Kauai Planning Commission meetings on the island of Kauai, where it's much smaller. Well, I mean, not much smaller, but it's it's a different community. Every island has their own, their own field, their own community. And right now, I am so grateful to hear the Kanakali testifiers, mentioning about the HEVA that's been happening for way too long, and that now it's coming to light with all the corruption cases. So if what's happening in all of these planning commissions and county councils are through corruption, bribery, and that's how come the current desecration is happening right now in Koloa, Kauai. And right now, so many other things happening. This needs to stop, basically. The continuous development, pushing through, not listening to the community needs to stop. Stop the development, because you have to look at it. I've been on the Kauai Board of Water meetings, and they mentioned that the April minutes in the May meeting, that they said 3 million gallons of water are leaking. They cannot find the cause of it. They don't know where it's coming from. So thus it's been leaking 3 million gallons of water right now, so that's April, May, June, July, it's continuing on. So where is the water for all of these, developments? And on Kauai, the issue is luxury housing, not even affordable housing they're talking about. So where is the water going to be coming from? They're already taking from other ahupua'a to be able to supposedly supply. They're advertising Kawanoi Koloa is not even built yet, and that's what we're trying to start right now. The desecration, because SHPD, Bureau Councils and everything, that work should have been stopped already. They're blowing up the lava caves there, which are all connected, on a lot of land in Kauai, all over the island. And so I'm speaking up about Kauai because it's all related to what's happening now on Hawaii Island. Every island, you need to just stop rubber stamping and catering to developers, corporations, all of these positions and committees. It's for the people. Even the people supposedly elected in our legislature, supposed to be listening to the people. Nobody's listening to the people, basically. Look at TMT, that they're gonna supposedly go through now with the EIS. Worldwide, the people are saying enough, stop. Indigenous culture needs to be respected and restored and given back. Stolen land. This is all stolen land. We're illegally occupied. So when is common sense? When our Kanaka Maoli values, indigenous mindset values, decolonized mindset, when is that finally gonna take effect? It's 2022. We're educating our keiki regarding history to be able to critically, think, and also, common sense, when the adults in all of these meetings are not practicing these same procedures, and through this really confusing and time-consuming system and practices and procedures and laws and bills and everything. Just keep it simple, stop, listen to the people, and fulfill your kuleana in that way. So I oppose Naniloa development, oppose like any more development. These issues, Vai, Aina, Mea'ai, the people need to be addressed first and foremost. Mahalo.
Their time.
Next up, we have Kiara Lorenzo Rodriguez testifying on items 5 and 6.
Vinny the mic talk, can you folks hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, for the record, my name is Kiara Kadenika Ana Lorenzo Rodriguez. My born in Waimea. My ahupua'a is Hamakua. My avava or valley is Waipio Valley. First of all, I'd like to just state off my second great grandmother. Her name is Virginia Kamaka Eha. Makua Kane was actually born and raised on these shores. Babe, can you turn it down? Sorry. I want to also talk about the fact that her mother, Elizabeth Keave Kaulu Kaho'opili, also was raised on these shores. For me, this is the direct impact on my culture and my genealogy. I was raised hearing the stories of my grandmother going out to these areas and picking limu, of picking ama, of picking opihi, of picking hauhike. These are the general wealth, the generational wealths that my kupuna have passed down to me. So today I have to testify against this development. I want to also talk about the cultural significance of this aina. We know in the time of Umiali Loa, which is one of the greatest Ali to come out of Moko Keawe. He was the great Ali of Vaipio, but he also had a he'au over in these areas in Kahalu'u to Keaho, and these districts were loaded with he'au. And unfortunately, through over the years, we've seen how much desecration to these ainas. You have to also understand the iwi kupuna that are buried there, they have to mean something. They mean everything to us. And I hope you folks do your due diligence, and I hope you guys do your research and understand the great significance of this vahipana. I also want to ensure that you guys understand that his son, the great where is his name? Lono Ikamakahiki also dwelled at Kahalu'u. Lono Ikamakahiki was building and dedicating several heiaus and ceremonial sites, and all these had to do with Lono, which is our god of fertility and agriculture. So we understand that these places are great areas where we can grow our natural substance and our foods. I also have to just, for my last couple of seconds, just thank all the very manavahine that spoke before me. And it's amazing to see allies that our people have, because our voice has not been heard for far too long. And I'm so happy that the people who also call Hawaii their home are standing up and standing in solidarity with us, because it's about time. Our children, the next 7 to 25 generations, should be allowed to access these areas. My son, he's only 3. I could only imagine how much has changed since my grandmother had walked those lands and gathered its food. My son deserves that same chance, and his children deserve that same chance, as all people of Hawaii do. Even the people who are not of the koko, they have the opportunity to feed themselves. Heaven forbid if anything was to happen, like that first lady that went to testify said, if there was a tsunami, what would happen? We need to understand the infrastructures are not up to par. And we need to understand that the communities, the people who live there are saying, ah, ole. So you folks should as well. Mahalo nui loa.
Are there any further testifiers that would like to speak now?
Hi, Chair. I don't see anyone else indicating that they'd like to testify at this time. I see one person, Setsuko Morinoe, testifying for items 5 and 6.
Would you please raise your right hand to affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Please state your name and the town that you live in.
Hi, my name is Setsuko Morinoe, and I'm from Holualoa, District 7. And I am originally from Japan. And when my early 20s, I moved here and lived and loved this land of area of the West Hawaii. The way I came from, it's almost like a setting the same way, and the beauty of the nature. But there's so much development took over, and we have so much chaos, disaster after disaster. You know, the whole world is in that. And no difference from our place if you don't do anything right now. And I speak, and I'm very thankful for the people really taking time to say what they feel about this nonsense to me, and not really thoughtful respect to take care of this place and keep on repeating the same same old way to build the so-called or better community or whatever that is. We had here is hundreds of years of practice of the Kama'aina did amazing way to sustain this beautiful place. We are benefactor of that. And don't forget, they're the one, the stewardship, kept this land so beautiful, so much given to us. And we people came here, just take and keep on taking. And it's really upsets me, and I'm so part of the not Kama'aina, but everybody came this land for the reason, and we have to be responsible to take care, listen to the elderly kumus and how they take care of it. We learn so much from a Hupua'a system, which is you don't see any place else in the world. And it's so beautiful way of Pono way of taking care of the land. If we do not have land, we can't even talk about how you're gonna make life or the money or whatever economy you talk about. We cannot talk about anything. If we don't have a healthy land, we cannot talk about anything more. When today you look at the Ali Drive, just Ali Drive alone, how many more open land we have? How much more you want to put the housings and roadway and covers the greens and the dirt and waiting for the disaster to happen? And you developers and the commissioners and our politicians, we have to clean up. We cannot go forward without not taking care of all the mess, the list of the things that it's written here. And it's all true that all the ladies are speaking about. We are talking about the same thing over and over, and every single issues and item comes up, and I get really upset because every time the same old thing we have to fight for. And we should stop right here, and we start talking about how we take care of this land, not how we develop this place, and housing, roadway, and FEMA zone. This
Hi,
land.
excuse me, Ms. Morinoe.
Yes.
Could you please summarize your thoughts? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I strongly oppose this plan and not go forward. And so is any other development coming to this table. And thank you very much for listening. And please take care together. Thank you.
Is there anybody?
Yes, we have 3 more people who'd like to testify at this time. The first person is Paula McMichael. She will be testifying on items 5 and 6.
Janice,
Hi, yes,
how well can you hear us with the microphone coming through?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, we're seem to be over talking you a little bit, so we'll just have to speak a little bit louder.
Okay,
Okay, so the question here is if there are many more people to testify via Zoom, can you have them all turn their microphones on so we can swear them in all at one time, please?
okay.
Thank you.
So that would be Paula McMichael, Lokelani McMichael, Ron Johnson, and Kyle Kettle. If you could unmute and turn off your camera, or turn on your camera, sorry, so that the chair can swear you in. Thank you.
Is that everybody? I only see one person.
They should be loading shortly.
Oh, they've got their hands raised. Do you swear to tell the truth on the matter before the planning commission?
I do.
I do.
City locate.
Oh, Paula McMichael, are you able to unmute and turn on your camera?
Okay, are you guys, can you hear us? McMichaels? Okay. Well, let's just keep it rolling.
Kyle Kettle, I see his camera on. Would you like to go first?
Yeah, my name's Kyle Kettle. I currently live in IAEA, although I did do a lot of work in Hilo back in 2010 for a local bank there. And so the Big Island of Hawaii does have a special place in my heart, which made me want to come speak on this matter. What I've looked into in this, I really echo a lot of what has been said by the previous people who have testified about this. And it's, when I just look at the things that are going on, it's kind of concerning when I see the developer has requested an amendment to one of the conditions of their permit, which would require them to complete drainage improvements to the area prior to doing any work in the area, and they're seeking to have a bond or a surety in place of this. Well, what happens if this project is halted or delayed and they've started work and those drainage improvements aren't in place, and it causes some sort of environmental problem with the area or the historical sites there? The money can't replace those historical sites, and those places are special and they need to be protected. So I just want to say that I'm opposed to something like this. And if a project like this is going to happen, they really need to start from the beginning and reevaluate this whole thing, because the economic situation we're in right now is much different than it was in 2009 when this first started. And especially with COVID and rising interest rates now, record inflation, is this project going to be feasible in the near future when all of these things start to hit our economy and say there is another housing dip? These are the first type of things that people run away from, and they just leave everybody who's there living there holding the bag. And so I think this should be stopped, and it should, if they're going to move forward, they should reevaluate it with all new assessments, all new studies based on current conditions, because there's no way the stuff that you guys are, that the approval of this has been based on is current. So I just hope you guys consider the concerns of all the residents who live there. That's it.
Next, we have Ron Johnson testifying on item number 6.
Aloha, my name's actually Ron Cawthon. I'm a longtime resident of Keauhou, been a member of the La'aloha Hana since 1994, which was created by the guidance of many kupuna, including, but not limited to, Uncle Leon Sterling, Uncle George Neope, Uncle Elena, Uncle Aka Mahi, Auntie Leigh Collins, and several others. They requested that I be the spokesperson and advocate for all matters related to La'aloha and other ahupua'a in that area. I've continued that kuleana since that time, and since gained extensive experience and understanding related to Hawaiian land titles issued by the Hawaiian government prior to 1893. In regards to what is now known as TMK 7-7-008-121. The entitlement to that TMK originates from land grant 3019 awarded on March 3rd, 1866 to Kaepuli Wahine, containing approximately 94.25 acres. Applicants' entitlement to this TMK appears to originate from a transaction on July 25th, 2012, which originates from a commissioner's deed dated September 28th, 2012, which originates from via a judicial foreclosure, civil number 3CC111000233K. The TMK records lack of any information regarding any deeds prior to 2005. In regards to Kaepuli Wahine, it appears she died intestate. Her state may have not been probated. She had children and may have living heirs with vested interest in this land grant. I can find no records there was judicial action to quiet title of the interest of that parcel or her heirs in law. It appears the land grant was issued less than allodial, meaning limited fee simple interest. The land remains undeveloped. The rights of the native tenants of possession to this INA remain, and any rights by the applicant remain, quote, subject to the rights of the native tenants. As time is short, I will humbly demand that this commission require applicant to document they have standing, lawful, clear, and unencumbered title to this INA before any further actions are taken by this commission. This can simply be done by applicant commissioning a certificate of title by an independent title insurance company. The obvious concern would be lawful heirs coming forward now or in the future and unsuspecting purchasers of these units having an unmarketable clouded title. In relationship to historic preservation, at La'aloa Beach Park in 1997, there was an approved preservation plan agreed upon by State Historic Preservation Division and the County of Hawaii. I would encourage anyone to go drive by La'aloa today. The County of Hawaii refuses to comply with historic preservation laws. They have not executed one of the recommendations from the 1997 plan, nor the 2005 burial treatment plan. There's definitive issues on corruption within the county government that need to be addressed before any further actions are taken by commissions such as this. Mahalo nui for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Lokelani McMichael, testifying on items 5 and 6.
We can't hear.
Yeah, I think she's having audio issues or yeah, because she's still on the Zoom screen, but I can't see her video. And
Is there anyone we can continue on with and circle back?
not at this moment.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to help locate? Can you use your chat function? Just tell us if you're still there. In that case, I think it's best to move on, and she will have the opportunity to testify during the agenda item.
Okay.
Are there any in-person testifiers who would like to speak now as opposed to during the agenda item? Okay. We will go on the order that we have for the items. So agenda item 1, first up is Ken Van Bergen. Are you going to testify now on that one?
I'll be here a second testify.
Okay, next is Matt Mcginnis. Would you like to testify now? Or during the agenda item? During the agenda item. Okay, Ed Reposa. Testify now. Actually, for everybody who would like to testify now, could you please raise your right hand?
I have a problem with raising my hand to swear to something when it's all about my ancestors. So
Okay.
we do it, we have our own cultural practices. So that's, we can just maybe stand for them or.
Sure, no, you just, as long as you
Right hand.
affirm to tell the truth, that's all that matters.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, so, to everybody who is willing to testify, please raise your right hand or do whatever you would like to do. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the planning commission? Mahalo. Okay, Mr. Reposa?
Son. Good morning, aloha everyone. My name is Edward Reposa. I'm a resident of Kailua Kona. My family's been on the Big Island since the late 1800s and have been in this Kona community. Graduated Kona High School, so a local guy from the area. A little bit of background on myself, and then I'd like to testify on 3 of the items on the agenda, so if I may utilize the total time allotted. My background is I'm a realtor in the community and have raised my family here. I have 4 children, and I look forward to my children someday carrying on in the Kailua area, Kailua. One of the things I want to remind our community about is I was one of the 15 members that was appointed by Mayor Kim for the Community Development Plan. Community Development Plan had unprecedented input from the community and members in the community, and many of those who have testified today, I recognize those names as participants in the Community Development Plan. And it was 5 years of my life on that commission. And we had input from every aspect of our community, the Hawaiian community, the real estate community, the kupuna. And I guess at my age these days, I've become a kupuna. But I want to remind everybody that we had filled the Keoho area that at the Surf Convention Center there, filled it many, many times. And I sat where you sat as where you sit now as one of the commissioners and listened to testimony. But we identified as a community, the urban expansion area that everybody participated in and wanted to see expansion of where we wanted to see the growth. And that document lives today. I represented the landowner groups, however, and for the record, I don't agree with a lot of the things the Community Development Plan enacts, but I do understand and agree that we all participated and we have a plan that many people seem to forget, including many of them who have testified today. So I'm in favor of item number 1, Chen. I think it's the second one, Cowell application in Kealakekua, and then the development down in Keoho. Because they all meet the unprecedented participation from the community that we all indicated where we wanted the growth to be. Number 1 on Chan's is just outside of the Community Development Plan urban expansion area. So the Family Ag 1 is consistent with the surrounding rural environment and adjacent zonings. The second item, I believe on Cowell, Community Development Plan calls for, in the rural communities, calls for the expansion of density close to the infrastructure and tight within the communities. And that one is right there at the intersection of a major bypass road that we all use and enjoy today. And lastly, the development in Keoho is within the urban expansion area. This is where we all said, as a Kona community, we want the density to be, to preclude further urban sprawl. And yes, there's traffic, and traffic was addressed at those times. But if we continue to not approve developments within the urban expansion area, we're going to continue to have urban sprawl. And as a realtor, having no approvals is going to continue to drive up prices in our community. That's what's driving our Kama'aina people out of the area. So because there's no inflow of new inventory at all, it's supply and demand, very simple. So I urge you to follow all the people that didn't show up today, that showed up for the community development plan, urban expansion area, and to follow the plan that we all agreed to. Thousands and thousands of people participated that are not here today for 5 years and created a plan. So I urge you to follow the plan. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next, under agenda item 2, Carol Fuller. Easel over in the corner by the speaker, if that might help.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carol Fuller, and I've been a community member here for almost 40 years. I'm a retired teacher from Kahakai and Konoana Elementary. I'm here today to talk about item number 2. We're meeting here today in hopes that the LPC will do the right thing and correct a breach in protocol made many years ago by Dwayne Kanuha, the then planning director. That one error has cost hundreds of people ongoing grief over the course of many, many years. That error opened the floodgates for Bolton to skirt around the issue of what is allowed on ag land and just do as he pleased with no regard for his surrounding neighbors and no regard for the laws that everybody else follows. We are the neighbors that have endured Bolton's shenanigans. Look at the photos. Would you like to live next door to this? Dust clouds can be seen here, but you cannot hear the incessant noise and feel the torturous vibrations that have continued for years. This noise and these vibrations and the clouds of dirt and dust have emanated from his property and entered directly into our homes. Our once beautiful and peaceful neighborhood has been shattered by one man's greed and arrogance. A flood channel is desperately needed to control the flooding of Waiaha Stream, which runs through his property. Bolton, again, used the guise of doing a much-needed flood control work to obtain county permits. Instead of doing the flood work, those permits would put an umbrella of false legality over his ongoing rock crushing business. His land has been grubbed and scraped clean of vegetation. When flooding, Waiaha Stream runs through his plain dirt landscape and ends up entering our bay at Konatikis. The runoff carries this unchecked soil, creating brownouts in Kailua Bay, impacting our sea life and reef structure, in addition to endangering the health and safety of hundreds of ocean enthusiasts. I'm not going to address the long list of other illegal activities currently being conducted on Bolton's ag land. I'm not going to list all of the code violations that were found recently by county inspectors. I'm not going to talk about the massive eyesore of an illegal heavy equipment base yard All of his infractions are now finally a matter of public record. I am going to be watching to see how the Leeward Planning Commission remedies this error. I, along with all of my neighbors, will be watching to see how this issue is corrected. It's time to set things straight. We've had enough bullying. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, Chair. This is Janice. We have a few testifiers in the Zoom room who are saying that they cannot hear the testifiers. So could you remind people to speak directly into the mic? Thank you.
Picked up on that. Okay. Mr. Matsukawa, would you like to testify on items 3 and 4 at this time or during the agenda? Okay. Continuing on, Cindy Freitas.
Aloha, aloha kākou, e kalamai ka mai tā. E mere komo, ahe mele aloha na nā kupuna I ka au I hala, aloha mai kākou. I'm gonna take item number 5 and 6. If I can have those minutes, 6 minutes, thank you. My name is Cindy Freitas. I am a native descendant of the native inhabitant of Hawaii prior to 1770. Born and raised in Hawaii, I am also a practitioner who practiced the cultural traditional practices that was instilled in me by my grandparents. In view of Hawaii's Supreme Court Pash, Kapa'akai Oka Aina and Pele defense decision, the issue related to Native Hawaiian gathering, fishing rights, and religious purposes must be addressed. These rights must be addressed in terms of culture, historical, natural resources, and associated with traditional customary practice of the site. An a'apua'a is a land division, usually extended from the mountain to the sea along racial lines, such as ridges or other natural characteristics. In Pukui and Albert Spa 9, define a'apua'a, the land division usually extended from uplands to the sea, so-called because the boundary was marked by a heap or an ahu of stones. Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii Constitution provides the state reaffirms, shall protect all rights, customary, traditional, exercise for substance, culture, and religious purposes posed by a'apua'a tenants, who are the descendant of Hawaii, who inhabit the Hawaiian Islands prior to 1778. The 25 sites that the applicant claimed is incorrect. There are more sites that was left out, like the Kuikini Wall. From a cumulative perspective, the impact on cultural resource has been and would continue to be substantial, adverse, and significant. The cumulative impact to geological resource in the construction developed projects. The magnitude of the significance of cumulative impact to the site that will be irreversible or irrecoverable. The existing cumulative impact on genealogy, soil slopes, stability, and other factors is considered to be substantial, adverse, and significant. The Archaeology Inventory Survey for the tax key 7708:121, land of Kapala'a La'eha, A'apua'a, done by Hunt and Associates in January 2006, is incomplete Due to the fact that Kumulipo, our ancestor, always buried their loved ones in the area that they live, I find it unacceptable that there are only 2 burials. Finding 2 burials finding in the inventory. Book on Archaeology Survey, Kahalu and Keho, North Kona, Hawaii, 1971. This is still a village of many Hawaiian who took care of the Aina for the future generations to come and practice the traditional practice today, which we are still doing as a descendant prior to 1778. I find it very disrespectful that the applicant states that there does not appear to be any evidence of any ongoing traditional cultural practices. On pages 37, 38, 56, 57, 58, 69, and 70 of their so-called County of Hawaii Planning Department background report, item number 5 and 6. Please remove this statement as incorrect. The applicant lot is adjacent to tax key 78010:004, which is considered historical preservation. I find it very ironic and disbelief that the applicants knew about the adjacent lot next to the applicant's lot. Reference. Punavele, Henry K. Kahuna, the maps of Henry K. Kahuna, Bishop Museum, 2011. Reference. Kepamali, Hevagi Mo'olelo, April 2007. There was not significant consultation with cultural practitioner, cultural descendants, lineal descendants conducted for this project. There was not an EMEC perspective used when identifying culture view planes. Applicant failed to preserve and protect the culture natural landscape for the future generation. Applicants should be in good faith with the host culture people. I oppose this change of zone number 5, and I oppose also SMA number 6. They should revoke that SMA. Thank you.
Oh,
Yo.
okay, next we have Claire Lopresti. Hello.
Hello, Kako. Claire Loprisi. Noho ika honokahau iki. I'm a Paikeki. I'm a cultural practitioner. I am Sicilian by my bloodline and citizenship. I'm part of the sovereignty movement here. I was brought here since I was young, but I was guided here by these ancestors. First of all, I need 5 and 6. I have 2 things that I have for 6 minutes. This issue is beyond sad for me. And people that know me as a speaker, as a mana wahine, have seen me for years testifying at every issue. This one is heavy for me. That Kuakini wall, and I'll start with that. That Kuakini wall is, first of all, heaven that anybody would even think of going through that. Any commissioner sitting here, anybody that's been paid off by any mayor to sit on these boards, to vote a certain way, be careful. As a palikeki, that is a traditional midwife. Now, there are not a lot of traditional midwives left that there are plenty in the world, but they're trying to get rid of them, but I'm not going to go off on that issue. But that can read and write. We are taught through our dreams. We are guided by our ancestors. And our kuleana is deep. It is protected by the Papahonua, the Iwi. So when you look at that Kuakini wall, how dare anybody think they go through it? All of the Iwi of every ohana that had a baby And if you've ever helped a baby come into the world and they know that someone's left it, you would know how emotional this issue is about me. Because there's Edie. So those little Edie, those little rocks that divides them. So if you have someone else that in your family, you got to take out that whole lineage. Now that area of Kuakini, that shouldn't even be disputed. That's the oldest documented graveyard for the last 500 years. I have encouraged people that I help birth. I just did 6 just in Hawaiian homelands. Do not take your excavators down there. It will fall on your children and your children's children and their children. If you understand generational trauma and your cultural reverence, you would understand how important, how hard it is already to help Hawaiian families. I just helped up at Pu'anahulu, the first generation since 1955, be born there. Honolulu is her name. Our ancestors have never left. Your ancestors now follow me in birth because I'm part of your land now. I have my own bloodlines and I like my own bloodlines. But this issue of going through a wall is not that, or excavating anything on Ali'i Drive. Heaven. I feel for the families that sold out, but you guys knew what you were doing too. So when you look at these practices, it has a deep effect. Even right now, the effect of our Mauna being blasted, our oceans from RIMPAC coming out from the West Coast, bombing and bombing and bombing and stopping a mile outside. Our EV are out there. The Mauna is what, 250 million years? The Kola, 50 million? We've been here as humans 250,000 years. They're bombing where they birth. Now I've been sat down on beaches of places like Nawawa by elders. Let me tell you where our ancestors come. I do believe they come from there. I do believe the Kumulipo. I sit on that Mauna. I will always protect this island because it's been asked for me to come here, but I protect worldwide. So that's one issue, is all of that area should be preserved. The other issue is talking about listening to someone say that he sat on a commission. Well, I sat there too, but I didn't get paid. How many years we went to those meetings? I was on the burial and the cultural sites. I usually go for that. How many years did we do that development? We did not agree. To hear someone just come around and say, oh, no. Who are you paid by? Were you paid by the mayor? How does someone even get on your place? You're appointed by the mayor. So if you're in my camp saying, oh no, cultural practices, you think that they're going to appoint us? Or is this just all for all? Let's just get more and more in land. Truth. It all comes out. So when you look at these issues, when you look at the bombing of that Mauna right now, just look at the schedule they're doing. The airplanes that are flying over. I can call that commander at all times because I too, I'm on the cultural advisory for the military. This is not okay. How much more are we going to take? How many more? How much? Just the sonar, all the wars are dependent on these telescopes. That's why he bought one of the 4 places for mobile user objective system. If you think this doesn't all come together, it is all together. Every time you bomb that Mauna, you rape our women. You bomb our ancestors. Your ancestors are now my ancestors.
That was the 6 minutes. Would you please summarize?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it needs to stop. All of this violence needs to be replaced with aloha. And the deep 7 things that aloha mean. I just love and I love you. All of it. So I'm not going to speak on Hawaiian principles because you should know them if you are sitting on this board. But I can tell you that they're no different than the bloodline I come from. So I expect if you guys do not vote on the right way, just resign. Just resign, because it would be easier on any children or anybody in your family. Mahalo for all of you sitting there and for everybody that's testified today. Aloha.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Elizabeth Dunn. We have you down for 5 and 6 as well. Would you like the full 6 minutes?
Just in case, but I'll do my best to be brief.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Elizabeth Dunn. I've already submitted written comments, so I'll really try to be brief and summarize those because I'm hearing some other things from the testifiers who are here in person and who testified on Zoom. I think one of the big things is this project has been around long enough and it's really not shown to be a viable project. The developers had 9 years on their own, 13 years in total. They've obviously spent a lot of money in their time hiring professionals to get this project through, but it's just not materialized. And I'm going to say this because I thought this was a good line that I wrote. Lost funding and missed deadlines do not equate to continued extensions for this development proposal. When this project was last at the Planning Commission in April, there was a request for it to go to the Cultural Resources Commission, and that happened in June. There were about 15 people who spoke. Nobody was in support of the Naniloa proposal. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the CRC voted unanimously for additional consultation with lineal and cultural descendants of this Ahupua'a and the neighboring Ahupua'a. So my big question is, how is that being folded into today's meeting? Because I didn't see anything in the staff report. I wasn't quite sure how they connect. So that's a critically important issue for me, certainly as this project may move forward. I'm going to kind of skip what I wrote because the rest of it's a little sort of esoteric. I think there's some good ideas here, but one of the big issues I'm hearing is that when land is developed, it's, if there's cultural history, it's lost. You can do what you can to preserve it, but the whole context is lost. And I think that's a big issue for many people in this room. I'm a new resident of Hawaii, but I certainly understand the issue and I understand the passion. And I was hearing a lot of, what I would say is certain little of, a lot of concern from Cindy Freitas about what happens to her ancestral land. And if it's just developed, it's lost. What I would like to say is that the other thing that a lot of cities and counties are not good at, and what you're seeing here in an ad hoc fashion, is civic engagement. I'm a neighbor who's adjacent to this Naniloa project and another project up to the east of it, Malka. We have created a website. I'm going to go ahead and take a little proud moment here. It's Kapu on kapu.wixsite, WIXSITE.com. That was created to address the Kapu Kapu project, and we folded in our concerns about Naniloa. I'm also going to do something which I don't normally do, and that is advertise my email address. So if people have any questions or concerns, I can point them there. My name is Elizabeth, ELIZABETH.Dunn, DUNN135@gmail.com. We will respond to you, and I can certainly have some of the folks who have been involved with our group get in contact with you if that also helps. The other thing I'm hearing is that there's a fair amount of public distrust in this public process. We've read about corruption by state legislators, local staff. It's concerning for multiple reasons. Projects that go on and on and on like this one don't really seem to assist with that concern about lack of public trust. So here's the thing that I've been debating about, talking about all this morning. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I think maybe the time is right for a moratorium moratorium on development, a moratorium on extensions, something to really put the context of what development means on this island into a way that people can understand what's going on. The infrastructure isn't there. We do have concerns about water. There's only one wastewater treatment plant on this side of the island. There needs to be a more coordinated effort about how development is going to happen. Because those are the tangibles. The passion is about changing the land. And I think you can't stress enough, there's a huge concern about public trust and corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Anne. Eshbar, yes, thank you.
I want to do one little correction. It's actually, the website is kapu on kapu.wixsite.com/website. Anyway, I don't think I'll be taking the whole 6 because I timed this at about 2:50. So I talk slower, I can use that up though. Okay, so my name is Anne Eshabar and I live in Kailua Kona. I am against the development of the lot on the Ahupua'a closest to Ali'i Drive and Naniloa Street. I want to make it clear that my primary reason for testifying is not because it's a case of NIMBY or not in my backyard, but rather a respect for the Aina and the preservation of an Ahupua'a that is significant to Hawaii's history. This Ahupua'a contains burial sites, some of which are visible from the edge of the lot. So my guess is there's many more. It is my feeling that all of the lots in this Ahupua'a should be protected. Because of its historical significance, I have a duty as a human being to protect it. I'm not Hawaiian, but I don't have to be Hawaiian to want to protect it. And I don't have to live close to it to want to protect it. I could live on the moon and I would still want to protect it. Every decision we make as human beings should include others and the impact we have on them. This development is just wrong. Once this excuse me, I knew I'd blow it at one point. Once this Ahupua'a is gone, it's gone. There is no coming back from its destruction. I use Ali'i Drive frequently, and when I pass the lot where they want to build over 60 new homes, I have to shake my head. It's unimaginable. The traffic will be terrible on what's already a dangerous street. It's very narrow and very busy. There are bikers, surfers, walkers, strollers, and joggers in addition to vehicles on this narrow street. I already feel I have to be extra careful on Ali'i Drive, and additional traffic will make it even more dangerous for locals and tourists alike. Other issues that need to be considered are the lack of infrastructure on every level. Included in this are water, roads, electricity, sewage, and runoff pollution, to name a few. Our ocean health is at stake if this development goes through. Kahalu'u Bay may be in danger, probably will be in danger. I am aware of the housing crisis in Hawaii, but this development is not the answer. These homes will not be considered affordable, so it's not helping the crisis. We literally live on a big island, so let's build elsewhere and focus on affordable housing. We have to respect the Aina. We have to move carefully and thoughtfully to do what is right for Hawaii Island. I also understand Hawaii One Investors LLC let a permit expire in 2019. What is the definition of expire? Cease to be valid, typically after a fixed period of time, come to an end. So they're done. The permit expired. Lastly, we need to stop corruption. We need to hold audits and pay closer attention. The people of Hawaii deserve better. Aloha is a way of life, and we should all be practicing it. When people don't, we need to hold those people accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then I guess now if it's possible, we can circle back to the McMichaels, see if they've worked out their AD issues.
Yes, it seems like they have. We have Paula Orsini McMichael and Lokelani McMichael raising their hand here. Lokelani, would you like to go first? She will be testifying on items 5 and 6. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Lokelani, we cannot hear you. You might have to change your audio settings.
Sydney, can you try to talk?
I'm gonna
See-
try.
Oh,
we can hear-
yes, we can hear you.
Now you're on mute though. You can unmute and try again.
And
Okay.
aloha. Yes, okay. Aloha Commissioners, my name is Sininek Michael Kanakama Oli, born in the territory of Hawaii. I reside in Kahaluu, Kailua Kona, and I oppose item 5 and 6. I would like to also oppose Darren Arai as a conflict of interest. Back in 2018, he was with planning, and I had been going back and forth communicating with him on this particular project, specifically the sewage and the desecration of the Great Wall of Bikini. He was employed via our tax dollars and is now hired by the developer as a private consultant. CRC's meeting, several members disclosed their possible conflict of interest, including Ken Van Bergen, who stated that he was with Kinoy administration. Question, did he have to do with anything with this project? And if so, recuse for conflict of interest also. I further reserve the right, if necessary, to contest or appeal if need to be in the future. In the last hearing of April 21, 2022, Darren stated that affordable housing was satisfied via the credits, specifically Westview Development. July 15, 2022, West Hawaii Front Page, former employee Alan Rudo charged in taking nearly $2 million in affordable housing, selling the credits and land they received. Federal prosecutor is seeking forfeiture of numerous properties. Environment Hawaii disclosed mentioned that Westview was working with Hawaii One investors, which is providing the much needed funding for the housing credits. Westview's ultimately unsuccessful efforts to transfer the credits to Hawaii One and other entities are discussed elsewhere in this issue. Perhaps this question be addressed to Mr. Manzi at this hearing, as it now appears that affordable housing credits are not satisfied. Since the approval of 2014, the developer stated that they lost funding to meet the final deadline of 2019. This being a reason for extension, interesting. Real property tax records, we made a huge purchase on June 29, 2018 of $1.860 million. This was for the front lot, number 001. What's odd is Hawaii 2 LLC is the mortgager. Kaupulehu Land LLC is the prior owner, is the mortgagee. The amount was for $1.395 million, and that was dated July 11, 2018. Background report encountered loss of funding near the end of 2019. Perhaps this question be addressed to Mr. Manzi. Alan Hahn at the CRC stated that data recovery was completed, but not reviewed and finalized with Chipsy for this project. As my ancestors are buried here, I object to all data recovery, and they need to be preserved. Cultural landscape is a natural resources. Keep agriculture. I look forward for a field trip on this lot 121 as well as 001. So July 21st, 2016, you had Royal Ali'i Lyman's. And July 21st, 2016, Planning Director Dwayne Kanuha, under oath, Ali'i Drive was not designed to support the expected traffic load of all the entitled projects. And that may come online, saying at some point, take a hard look at the alternative would be necessary. And the necessary is we don't have the infrastructure not for all these development. Look what's happening down the road. Look at all the EVs coming up, like Keolanahihi, 18. These are all your data recovery. And now you got Stanford Car. And where's our road? Look at the waves. This was a big wave. The last one you approved at bed and breakfast, we had big waves back then. Back in the early days, the big wave took every piece of wood on that property. We saved the parrot. That they don't tell you. And the house next door, the whole pool was taken. And these houses are all along Ali'i Drive, Kahalu'u. They have these metal shutters that they pull down because when the big waves come, they go over the house. So if we have a tsunami, they also say that Ali'i Drive may not be accessible for us. And what gets me is that you're going to put a siren here, but you don't even put the 2 sirens that are for the last 2 tsunamis. And I saw a surfer going to the beach. I was pulling weeds on Ali'i Drive. And the next thing you know, he comes back and I said, what happened? He said, the beach is closed. I said, why? Oh, possible tsunami. How dare the county play God? I would want to get out of the mess. The last big tsunami, it took 10 minutes to get up to Cam 3 Road, and there was a traffic accident. It took 45 minutes back to get to Kahalu, and then it went to a dead stop. And then Royal Point Sienna, all my friends couldn't get out of there. So I went to the traffic department and said, what happened? Was it the Laco up Kokini Highway? So the cops said to get out your car and start running. This is a panic situation. It is so scary. And you have all the kids at Kahakai. Where do you bust them out in 5 minutes? 5 minutes, people. It is so scary. And look at the waves this week going on to Hula Palace. When do you think Ali'i Drive was sing? Okay, and also they said that they dedicated these 3 parks, 3-acre park. That land belongs to the county of Hawaii. They were supposed to grade it and they ran out of money. I say all the infrastructure for a final should be done. There's no promises from these people. And if they said they had over 500 projects, let's see the projects. And if they had no projects from 2013 when they acquired the property, I might believe them.
Sorry,
don't
Simi,
think so.
could you please summarize your thoughts? Thank you.
Okay, my final thought is there's too much pilikia. Please just say no. Leave our kupuna EVs to rest and save our lives and my mo'opuna and all this generation of surfing, because this is our vahipana. Ali'i Drive is for the royalty. It's for surfing. There's several royal centers. Let's protect it for the future generation. Mahalo, please.
Loki, is your microphone working now? No.
Okay, jump on mine, Loki. Should jump on mine. Loki.
She's coming.
Aloha. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'll start. My name is Lokilani Ku'ule Makamai McMichael. I'm a Kanaka Ma'oli and reside in Kailua Kona. I oppose Hawaii One investors, both items on the agenda 5 and 6. The SMA minor permit number 180000393, the lot for access of Ali'i Drive. It pertained to this project and specifically spells it out. The last hearing, there was a discussion on why this was not included to lot number 121, saying is as part of the pending sub 17-001732. change of zone ordinance number 09008 and PUD 15-000032. Noted of condition of approval. 4, all construction activity related to this project description shall be completed within 2 years from the date of this permit. This being said, July 12th, 2018 is now expired. The value back then was only 440,000 and not in excess of 500,000. A new application would have to be applied, and with the prices of all construction, labor, and material, it should be at 500,000 and would have to be brought to the SMA as a major, and the Leeward Planning and County Council would have to approve this permit, and the public would object to the desecration of a National Register site, the Great Wall of Kuakini. The lower northwest of the property is included in the Royal Center of National Historic Registry. Per Matt Clark, archaeologist and CRC, this should be included. Per testimony from Teresa K. Donham of Shipty, dated April 10th, 2017. This is of the adjacent lot next door, number 004, which is all preservation of 2 National Register districts and a National Register site. These cultural resources have been determined significant under all possible criteria. We have manicured so much of the Hawaiian people's past in Hawaii, so much that it is hardly visible, no longer something to be proud of, to learn from. When are we going to let the true cultural landscapes that the Hawaiians perfected be expressed and celebrated? Question mark. When considering new construction in this area, especially, scale and density should reflect the landscape, not take it over. Okay, thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Okay. That will conclude the public testimony prior to the agenda items. Of course, anybody who hasn't testified is welcome to testify during the agenda item. Moving on to new business, we're going to take things out of order because. Okay, recess. Sure. Let's do a 5-minute recess. Come back at 11:15.
some sort of moratorium. Well, that's why I don't know if you saw the last meeting or what
Community development plan said, Hawaii's version.
Hi, Janice.
Hi, Maya and Christian. I can hear you. Yes, it is on speaker view actually. Is that better? That's full.
So there should be one that is just a speaker view option.
Yes, that one is currently checked.
To view is our,
We have to do it from our side.
Got it,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a local thing.
Can we X that out?
Yeah, you turn off the camera.
I'll throw some.
Okay. Hello, are we there? We're coming back. Okay, we're coming back to order. As I stated before, we're gonna take these agenda items out of order. You guys, please be quiet in the back there, or you can step out. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna take the agenda items out of order. Item 3 and 4 will be up because we've got Commissioner who may be leaving. And so we gotta, that's so we don't lose quorum. I will be recusing myself from agenda items 3 and 4 since it's a property immediately adjacent to me. So I'm out and Vice Chair DeFranco will be taking over.
Aloha. So we're moving on now to Amy Hay Cow Trust. Yeah.
Barbara, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, not close enough. Okay. Agenda item number 3,
applicant Amy Hay Cow Trust. The application for a state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for 6.875 acres of land. The subject property is located on the east Mauka side of the Hawaii Belt Road, Highway 11, at the intersection of Ali'i Drive and Mount Po'opo'o Road and Koa'aloa, Mauka, South Kona, Hawaii, TMK 38-1-008-004. So we're gonna, is there any public testimony for Mike Matsukawa? Here? Is there anybody from here? Oh, okay. So we don't do the public testimony first. So we're gonna have, great, okay, so we have a staff presentation by Jessica Andrew.
Thank you. So this is an application for Amy Hagan Cow Trust, state land use boundary amendment application and a change of zone application. Application map shows the subject property in red. It's a small red dot there, just Mauka of Mamalihua Highway, near Kealakekua Bay and south of Kailua Kona Town. The applicant is requesting a state land use boundary amendment from agricultural to urban for 6.875 acres of land and a change of zone from agricultural 1 acre, A1A, to single family residential 10,000 square feet or RS10 zoning for 6.875 acres of land. The applicant proposes to subdivide the parcel into 15 lots consisting of a minimum of 14,000 square foot each. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new county dedicable standard road to service the proposed subdivision from Hawaii Belt Road or Mamalihua Highway to the north, Mauka, of the intersection with Ali'i Drive. Additionally, the applicant proposes to construct a 12-foot wide paved outbound access road within a 20-foot wide easement to access Hawaii Belt Road from the southern end of the subject property. According, sorry, that's blocked there, but according to the applicant, the proposed change of zone and subdivision is intended to help address the market housing needs of the community. While this is not an affordable housing project, the applicant will be required to comply with the county's housing code related to affordable housing. According to the applicant, a subdivision application would be filed immediately after the granting of the change of zone and state land use boundary amendment requests. The applicant anticipates having the property subdivided by the beginning of 2023, and the estimated cost of the project to be around $2 million. This is the county zoning map showing the subject property outlined in red right there in the middle of the screen. You can see the property is currently zoned A1A, which is agricultural 1 acres. And surrounding properties are similarly zoned A1A. There's also RS15 in the mustard brown color there. There's RS10, which is yellow. To the south, you have some commercial, which is CV10. And there is also agricultural 5 acre across the road from the subject property. The state land use boundary map shows that the subject property is designated agricultural currently, and surrounding the property, there's a mix of both urban and agricultural. And the general plan designates the property as partially MDU, which is medium density urban, and partially LDU. And as you can see, most of the surrounding area is similarly LDU or MDU. There's also some to the west of the property, and south there is important agricultural lands, IAL. And this is the Kona CDP map. You can see that the subject property has a small dot. You can make that out. I just seem to be working, but the Kona CDP map shows that the property is within the blue outline, showing the urban Kona urban boundary. The proposed subdivision here, this was a map provided by the applicant, shows the subdivision layout of the property with the access roads as previously described, with the main access to the north and secondary access to the south. And an aerial photograph shows kind of a blow up image to the right, showing the general shape of the property and the intersection of the highway and Ali'i Drive, just Makai of the property. And we have a larger scale image showing the intersection, which is an important piece of understanding the unique aspects of this property. Ali'i Drive, or the Hawaii Belt Road, sorry, is to the bottom of the slide, and Mamalahoa Highway continues, or Hawaii Belt Road continues to the north of the slide there. This is a view of the subject property looking northeast, so kind of straight across the intersection at the property right there on the corner, right in front of you. Another view, I'm going to show you a series of views to try and create an understanding of the roads and the access points. The top slide here is a view of Mamalahoa Highway looking north, and the bottom slide is a view of Mamalahoa Highway looking south. And in both of these slides, you can see, like on the top one, you'll see that there is a paved driveway as it exists. That's the approximate location of the main access to the site. So that would be on the north side of the frontage. And this is a view from the corner where it's at the intersection of the two roads. So again, looking north and looking on the lower slide, looking southeast. And this takes you back onto the Hawaii Belt Road. So you're looking west on the upper slide. So you can see that there's a dirt driveway that kind of goes up a small incline there. Best we can tell, that's approximately where the secondary access, the southernmost access point would be. And the bottom slide shows the same situation looking to the east. Finally, the planning director's recommendation is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council for the state land use boundary amendment and the change of zone requests. Thank you, and I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Jessica. So at this time, we're going to open the floor to public testimony. So I think we have one testifier here. We have some, and one online.
We have 2 testifiers on Zoom.
Okay. So to all try to summarize your testimony to within 3 minutes, and don't be repetitive. So if you've submitted written testimony, please do not simply reread it, but supplement or update your written testimony. And the staff is going to notify you at 1 minute left when your 3 minutes is up. And at this time, are we here? Let me start with the Kilo site first. So Kilo site first, are they available to?
Yes, yes, Janet Matlock will be the first testifier.
I need them both to raise their right hand. Okay.
On to Harvey, could you please turn on your video?
Thank you. Hi. Can you raise your right hand and affirm that you're going to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
I affirm.
Thank you. And then please begin your testimony with your name and the town that you live in.
I'm going first. I'm Janet Matlock, and I am a resident of Kailua Kona. And the reason I'm testifying today is similar to the things that you heard earlier, that it's just so much of our agricultural land being changed into residential, into urban in such a piecemeal fashion. I understand that there is this LUPEG, I understand that there is this Kona Community Development Plan, which is a lovely aspirational document if you want Honolulu. I am a settler here. We first bought a home here in 2009, sold that and bought the home we're in now in 2015, and moved here full time in 2018. So I was not a part of that original discussion, and I was not aware at the time of its being amended in 2019. And I wish I would have been. However, specific to this, and one more thing I wanted to mention before I get to my testimony is that I noticed when there are people testify to the county council, and I also recently testified on another item that we'll talk about later today for the Cultural Resources Commission, that the written testimony was provided online in their folders. And for the Planning Commission, it is not. So I have no idea what anybody else has said. I have no idea if I'm being repetitive. I have no idea if there are points that still need to be made. I have no idea how many people. So I find that somewhat concerning, especially since, we don't want to take up too much of your time. For this particular parcel, I want to emphasize what you just saw in the aerial photographs. This is a very dangerous intersection. I've driven it. I've gone to the little dry cleaners there, and it is very, very frightening to get in and on and off that road. And while I realize that they have suggested, oh, we're going to have this alternate, although I don't think the Department of Transportation is all that fond of it, this other way to get in and out, there's no guarantee that people will do that. And this is an accident, another fatal accident. This is a fatal intersection waiting to happen, even if it wasn't ag. The developers' documentation indicates that they have no intention of having any affordable housing here, that it is all going to be market rate. We've seen what's happened to the market, and we know that the people who live here now are not going to be able to afford anything in this area. It's just not possible. So you're going to be increasing the number of people here. You're going to be not allowing people who live here to access new housing. And you're going to do it, in this case, at risk of a very serious accident. So I just really want to emphasize that this is the wrong parcel, the wrong place, and it is the right time to say stop paving over agricultural lands, even if they're just used for livestock, even if we have to learn the new/old ways of farming. Dryland farming is a very viable source if you take the time to learn it. I see by the video, I'm not really holding people's attention, so I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next testifier.
Aloha. My name is Antu Harvey. Hang on just a second. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I live in Holualoa. and I'm the president of Pulama Iokona Heritage Preservation Council, a 501c3. And our mission is to preserve and protect and enhance the special qualities of Kona. I'm testifying on this agenda item because it is, I'm not fond of converting ag lands to urban and residential sprawl, but it is really close to the highway backbone. My biggest concern with this agenda item is, as Janet had said, is about the access to the parcel regardless of what's put on it. It's extremely problematic. The access is so close to the Napo'opo'o Junction from either the south or the north side for even 6 subdivided parcels. It's a safety issue. There are multiple lanes to cross from either direction, as the photos showed, and much distraction for all vehicles so close to the intersection, including their merge zones, both those access roads. The other side has the beginning or ending of a merge zone. It's very, very dangerous. I'm actually surprised that it would even be allowed by the rules for the highways. So please don't exacerbate the current risky situation by enabling access for 6 or more parcels. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you. And so now we're going to move to swear Mr. Matsukawa in. Have you come up and raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth today to the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Matsukawa. I live on a property in Malka of the subject land with my wife and some neighbors of some 40 years now. When you are required to make a decision on subjects like this, you're required to do a lot of thought, weighing all the pros and cons of the project. So when you look at what's before you is, this is a classic infill proposal. There's development all around it. It has been designated by the county for future growth. And so it doesn't meet the requirements of the existing state land use law for what an agricultural district should look like. And this is a parcel that has never been used for agriculture as far as I know, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. It's been what it is. It never had any agricultural attributes. Some of the property across the street do have agricultural attributes and have been used for agriculture. So here you have a parcel of land, and from a land use planning perspective, what is the driving force? So you would have to look at all of the principles of good planning. So this is a classic infill. It will serve the needs of the landowner. And I think it will serve the needs of the community because it has been set for urban development, light urban development. And so I think it's a good proposal. As for traffic, the engineers would have to figure this one out, but I think it meets all the requirements for a change of land use district and change of land use zoning district as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So if that's all the public testifiers we have, I'm going to need a motion to close from one of the commissioners. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, the testimonies are now closed. Oh, any of, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay. All right, so now we're going to have Sydney Fouquet come forward, the consultant for the applicant. Mr. Fouquet, will you please raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today to the Leeward Planning Commission? Please. And state your name and the town you live in.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I still affirm. My name is Sidney Fouquet. I'm a planning consultant. I'm here assisting the applicant landowner, Robert Caldwell was in the back, and also his representative, John Shaw. I really don't know why I'm saying things, because I think your last testify kind of said all the stuff I was going to say. Essentially, that the properties based on the general plan. You look at the Kona Community Development Plan. It's where all your regulatory documents say that this is where growth should go. And it's a classic infill. You saw the zoning map. You saw a number of commercial village zone, RS10, RS15, and some Ag 1 zone, and this is kind of falls right in between. The land is certainly not agriculturally used. Its classification is EU or very poor. I kind of wanted to just give you a little bit of background in terms of why the applicant landowner is proposing this project. Right now it's zone Ag 1. It's about 6.87 acres. So based on the existing zoning, the applicant would be in a position to create like 6 1-acre size lots. Now, if you were to do that, then there would be no affordable housing requirement. There would be no requirement for a county dedicated standard road. You can have just a 20-foot wide roadway. No fair share impact fee. And obviously, if some of you live in the North Kona and South Kona area, so you understand the value of the land on 1 acre versus like trying to sell a property that's about 10 or 15,000 square feet. So it's going to be much higher. And obviously, you're going to be pricing more and more local people out of the market. Now, the owner was able to secure 25 water commitments for this site. So the other option could be, well, what did you do a 25-lot subdivision? So if you were to do a 25-lot subdivision, the zoning would have been like RS 7.5. Some people pointed out some of the traffic issues in that area. Then you further compound the problem. Then again, with that, then you kind of destroy it would not be really consistent with the so-called rural area in that area. When you have much smaller lots. But so what they then looked at is that, okay, maybe we ought to look at something in between. Something in between is what's before you right now. Just a 15-lot subdivision. The lot size consisting approximately about 14 or 15,000 square feet in size. You'll be access water, but tied in with that, because they have to go through the zone change process, a couple of things have to happen. One is that there's an affordable housing requirement. So that's 20% that they already have to sell it at the affordable housing rate. But more critically, because the lots are smaller for the market, the average market rate will be considerably less than selling it as a 1-acre lot size. The other thing too is that they now have to pay a fair share. So that they're willing to accept. The access issue that was brought up earlier would just be somewhat less dangerous than having a 25-lot subdivision. I kind of wanted to point out that before actually creating the proposed subdivision map, the landowner and the representative actually sat down and had discussions with the County Department of Public Works, the engineering division, right here, trying to figure out like how best to provide circulation within that area. And the scheme that you saw over there was actually what Public Works exactly had recommended, that you have a primary access coming off the Mamaloa Highway. Then you also have like an easement at the south end to at least facilitate movement in that area, provide enough sight distance, so on and so forth. So that was all kind of worked out. And then lo and behold, we discovered at the 11th hour that the county conveyed that portion of the roadway to the state. So now, regrettably, the owner, what was preliminarily agreed upon with the county goes out the window. Now we actually have to comply with whatever the state says. So the way your staff had constructed the proposed condition, it's fine. It's now our obligation to hopefully convince Department of Transportation, the state, that what the county had agreed upon is pretty much the best scheme. So that's kind of like where we are. The staff's proposed background report and the proposed conditions, they were reviewed both by the landowner and the representative, and they found them to be totally acceptable. So we likewise request your favorable consideration of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have a question for Mr. Fukin?
Good question. Just Sydney, in regards to that traffic, that flow I saw on there, it's gonna be, are there gonna be a left turning lane back onto Mamaloa Highway? And then also too, with the junction coming through Knuckle Pole, and just be a right turning lane on there? And I know that's a major concern, especially with what was brought up, from some of the testifiers and driving the road all the time.
At this point in time, if you're heading south on Mamaloa Highway,
Yes.
Because that portion now belongs to the Department of Transportation. If they mandate a left turn lane, dedicated left turn into the subdivision, then that's the requirement. But at this point in time, they don't plan, the initial discussion was no. Just given the projected volume of traffic going into the subdivision. The concern was more like on the outbound. If you're within the subdivision, how do you get out safely and you make, try to negotiate like a left turn, hitting south.
That's what I was reading in regards to coming out of the property, subject property, rather than turning in.
Got it. So that's where the easement on the side, right adjacent to the hardware store.
Yes.
Yeah, so they would have like an easement coming out of there. So if you have an easement coming out of there, then you can easily make like a right turn and then go down to the Ali Highway, put a bypass.
Yes.
But otherwise, if you're coming in on the primary access road, trying to negotiate a left, then that becomes very problematic.
Have you guys been in discussion with DOT?
Not yet, because we only found out belatedly that the jurisdiction fell under the state. But we have nevertheless made contact with engineering partners in Hilo to begin that discussion with the State Department of Transportation. We didn't want to take it any further, pending at least what's happening before the commission and the county council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fouquet. I had a question also about the DOT concerns, particularly with the secondary access on the southern easement, which it sounds like you're talking about. What would be an alternative to that? Had you and the owners considered anything that you might put before DOT?
Well, I think, that's why we're hiring the applicant is going to hire engineering partners to have the discussion with DOT. But my non-engineering perspective, if DOT denies the second access, I think that it'll make it very difficult for vehicles trying to make a left turn coming out of that subdivision. What they're going to have to do is probably turn right and then eventually find a way, to negotiate a left turn. We would hopefully be able to prevail upon that, our scheme as developed with the county Department of Public Works Engineering is probably the best for this site.
There is no alternative kind of idea or possibility at this point.
No, I think between the developer and his representative, and DPW engineering, they kind of erected brains trying to figure out how best, both from the public standpoint, getting into, and the future lot owners' perspective, how to get in and out of their property safely. I think they erected brains, and then that's the best solution they came up with. And we're hoping we can convince the state.
I just have one more question, Chair, if you don't mind. I'm South Kohala, so I'm not so familiar with the intersection, but how far is the parcel from the local businesses in the community? Is, it's kind of walkable, or what is the thinking there?
Walkable, yes.
Less than half a mile?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So commissioners, we're going to need to vote on these applications separately. So I'm going to need a motion. Huh? Yeah, a motion for action for number 3 so that we can discuss it.
So moved. I move that we take action on item number 3.
What is the motion?
You make it, for or against, however you're going to make the motion.
I move the favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application for state land use boundary amendment, docket number PLSLU 2022-00004, based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Now we're open for discussion. Yeah, you have to hold up your mic though, so.
Based on Mr. Fuki's representation, I mean, I do know that that to me, the main issue and question that had come up was this traffic safety concerns and the proximity to the intersection. But it sounds like the applicant is working to resolve those issues. So presuming that those do get resolved, I don't have any concerns.
I think working with the state will be a whole nother level of looking at that. We're gonna have to get all of those approvals. Are there any other comments or questions that anybody wants to discuss? No. Okay, so that being said, we can take a roll call vote then. So the motion on the table is an affirmative motion.
Yes, thank you. So this is a favorable recommendation to county council for item number 3, the state land use boundary amendment. Commissioner Knowles? Aye. Commissioner Dela Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha?
Aye.
And me, Chair.
Aye.
That is 4
Numbers.
4 votes for aye. The motion passes.
Thank you. So since we're voting on both, we need one more motion to come forward. Someone want to make a motion?
Yes, it's me again.
Oh, good.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application for change of zone, docket number PLREC 2022000019, based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Now we can discuss. I want to make a comment. I think it's a really good use of that piece of land, and I like that you've chosen the middle of the road idea. So it does make it more affordable, and it does put into place affordable housing. So I think that's sort of exactly what we're looking for, is that infill in a place. And as long as the access road and all of that can be done safely, I think it's a very good idea. I
concur, Chair.
Me as well, affordable housing and stuff that we need for our community is huge here. And, I believe the landowner will follow through with what was said there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that you'll notice that one of the neighbors has come forward also in a positive way for this to happen. And there's nobody really in the neighborhood, except for the road concern, which I think all of us are looking forward to getting resolved.
Excuse me, Chair, if I could just make a point of correction. I wanted to clarify something from my presentation just to make sure that the record's clear. So if we can go back to the slides. If you don't mind helping. And then we'll pull up the Kona CDP slide. So just to be clear, the subject property is located within lands covered by the KCDP and situated within the Captain Cook Rural TOD. I said it was the Kona urban boundary, but it's the rural TOD, an area where the KCDP encourages growth. So just to make that
Thank you for making that clear for us. Thank you, Jessica.
Well, sorry, just one last thing, Jessica, can you just explain what TOD stands for?
Yeah, it's the transit oriented development.
Thank you.
Okay, so hearing no further discussion on this. Commissioner De La Cruz, nobody. Okay, so then we can go ahead and take a vote then.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is a favorable recommendation to county council for the rezone, for the change of zone. Okay, so Commissioner Knowles? Aye. Commissioner De La Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
And Chair DeFranco?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes with 4 votes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think we need to call Michael Tuesday recess. We're going to call a short recess. What? Lunch? Lunch? Is it lunch? What time is it? So, let's hear. So we're going to do a lunch break then for 35-minute lunch break. Come back at 12:30.
Janice, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
She is.
Janice is the best.
Happy to help.
But I'll try.
Mostly on the west side. Oh, yeah. That's the problem. It's hard to matter. It's like, I guess they have to wines like this.
That's right.
Janice, it's showing that there are some people in the waiting room.
Yes, some of those people are previous testifiers. And then Robin from DPW is also in the waiting room.
Okay, great, thank you.
Next order of business, agenda item 1, applicant is Sitting Chen. PLREZ 2021-000012, applicant for a change of zone from agricultural 5 acres at 5A to a family agricultural 1 acre, FA 1A zoning district for 14.968 acres of land. The subject property is located on the south side of Walleye Road, approximately 0.6 miles east of its intersection with Kunika Highway, Waiaha First, Puapua Anui, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 37-5-017, parcel 043. Deputy Planning Director Jeff Darrow will be representing the Planning Department on this item. The commission will take public testimony after the staff presentation. Staff presentation will be by Jessica Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. This is the change of zone application for Sitting Chen. And we'll start with the location map. The subject property is designated with a red dot there. You can see kind of in the middle lower portion of the slide. It's located south east of Kona Town on Hualalai Road. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from an agricultural 5 acre A5A to a family agricultural 1 acre FA 1A zoning district for 14.968 acres of land. The applicant proposes to subdivide the parcel into 11 lots consisting of a minimum of 1 acre each. The applicant intends to retain the largest lot consisting of roughly 3.5 acres for the purpose of constructing a single-family dwelling and planting an orchard with lychee, longan, mango, avocado, ulu, papaya, banana, and dragon fruit, and vegetable plots. The applicant will sell the remaining 10 lots. According to the applicant, the proposed change of zone will help address the need for greater diversity of housing choices in the Kona area by creating additional fee-simple lots to serve as housing while providing opportunities for diverse small-scale farming. And the applicant hopes to begin the subdivision process immediately following approval of the proposed change of zone, with the intention of securing final subdivision approval in early 2023. And the estimated cost of improvements for this project is approximately $500,000. Here you see the zoning for the subject property, which is outlined in red, and it's currently zoned A5A, agricultural 5 acres. Surrounding properties are, there's a mix of different zoning designations. There is RS10 just on the Kai or to the west of the property. To the north and east is A1A, some more A5A, and further to the south, there is a subdivision, Pualani Heights, I think it's called, Pualani Estates, excuse me, that is zoned RS 7.5. There's also RS 15 and some RA designation. The state land use designation for the property is currently agricultural, as is most of the properties to the north, to the east, and immediately to the south. There is, as you see in pink, urban designation to the south and some rural to the southeast. The general plan designates the Mackay portion as urban expansion and the Malka portion as important agricultural lands, as are the two designations are most of this area. There is some rural and low density urban designation to the southeast, and medium density is further afield to the west. The Kona CDP map, excuse me as I The Kona CDP map shows the TOD areas. The subject property is a little hard to see. It is outlined in yellow, you can see there. And the red designation is the Kona urban boundary. And the blue circles show the TOD designations. The applicant's site plan shows the proposed layout for the subdivision with the access points you can see from Hualalai coming from the very westernmost point corner there from Hualalai Road. And there is also a proposed road reserved on the south portion of the property, which accesses the neighboring property to the south. The aerial photograph here shows the property with the larger overview to the left and a blow up showing the property outlined in red to the south. And this shows Hualalai Road looking west on your left and looking east on the right slide there. The photograph in each of these pictures is taken from the approximate location of the main access road from Hualalai Road. And this is a little further Malka up Hualalai Road, showing Hualalai Road looking west on the left and again looking east. on the right side. View of the subject property looking west with Hualalai Road on your right. That's on the left slide, and then the slide on the right shows a view of the subject property looking directly on, looking to the south across the property. And the the deputy planning director's recommendation is to forward a favorable recommendation to the county council. With that, I'll turn the floor back to the chair.
Thank you. At this time, we'll see if there are any public testifiers for this agenda item. We've got,
Yes. Yes, sorry.
do we have any online testifiers?
Mr. Chair?
Chair, sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the commissioners all have the revised recommendation and revised conditions for this application. There were 3 conditions that were revised recently.
Yes, I've received those. Have my fellow commissioners received those?
Yes.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you.
And to our host, is there anybody on Zoom willing to testify for this?
Yes, we have 2 testifiers for item 1, Janet Matlock and Antu Harvey.
Would you please unmute yourselves and, oh, they're already sworn in? Okay. If you're already sworn in, we're good to go. Start with Antu Harvey. Antu, are you there? I can see you, but can't hear you.
Antu, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm Antu Harvey from Holualoa, and I'm the president of Pulama Iokone. Oh, you can't hear me?
We got you. We hear you.
Okay, I am talking. Can all of you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Okay. So how about now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'm Antu Harvey from Holualoa, and I'm the president of Pulama Iokone Heritage Preservation Council. And before I start, I wanted to make one comment about the last agenda item for clarity. I believe a commissioner asked if that it was walkable to the urban, commercial services. And somebody answered yes, it was. And I just want to point out that actually it's not walkable from Captain Cook Road south. There is no shoulder. And from the dry cleaners north, there is no shoulder. So unless the implication is that people are supposed to walk out in the vehicle lanes, I would hope respectfully that we check the facts and consider that and make sure that we're really talking about as built.
Agenda items.
Okay, thanks. So back to this agenda item. I actually have some odd comments, and I don't know that they would be, they're in support, but they're just comments about the approval, I think. So this parcel is within, as the picture showed, the KCDP Plan Pua'a Waiaha Village TOD. And it's not sure where the half-mile diameter core village is to be located or when it will be generally sited, but it looks like this parcel would be within a half-mile of what would be the village core. And if it is, that's in the secondary area, and density for this TMK should actually be greater than FA1. And so it can be more equitable and affordable. And should accommodate pedestrian and bicycle access to the future village and transit. If the Kakalina street extension is still planned to run across the Bolton parcel below this and connect Nani Kailua with the Pua Anui streets, is that still expected to be the location for the TOV village? And by that picture, it looks like it is, but I'm not sure where that aspirational thing hits the road as far as talking to these developments, because if that's the case, this development should actually be higher density. This parcel is adjacent to Hianalole and the Hualalai Junction. And Hianalole is one of the few natural multimodal links across the Kalu'ulu zone and should be planned and developed as a greenway for bicycle riding and walking. It could have been connected the Konawaina schools to the Kealakehe schools, but no one planned it, and blocking developments are now sprouting up on top of the old Kona Sugar Railroad route. Threading around these is now necessary, and the requirement for the subdivision to provide that roadway segment connector between Hualalai and Pualena Street would really help. I also request that please require reserving a frontage strip along Hualalai on the Mauka side to accommodate, of this parcel, Makai side of the roadway, to accommodate a wide pedestrian bicycle shoulder along Hualalai. Note that the recommendation report states on page 2 that the property directly adjacent to the south is currently undeveloped. Well, if this refers to 7-5-017-022, this is untrue. Even your picture shows that parcel has 5 buildings on it, up on the Mauka edge, and a big formal entry gate and large stone wall running parallel along Hualalai, about 20 feet back from the pavement. So this parcel also adjoins Hualalai, and Hualalai is a historic trail or road. So we advocate for preserving its historic integrity. Widening the road for easier vehicle travel will result in faster speeds. That's been proven over and over here. Lower safety and destroy its historic integrity as a rural, narrow, winding road. So therefore, please do not require the owner to reserve and dedicate more frontage than what is matching the neighbor's rock wall setback. As long as it's developed into a wide pedestrian bicycle shoulder or separated pathway, that should be sufficient. Mahalo for your time and dedicated service.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Janet Matlock.
Aloha. I wanted to express my concern about the way this particular parcel is being marketed, if you will, to you as being a way to expand agriculture, when in fact it's really just chopping it up into smaller parcels that are not intended really to be agricultural. They're intended to be sort of gentleman farms. They're intended to be 1 acre little oases. And so it's not so much the idea of going from ag to ag, it's the way it's being done. If you look at the map, there are some very long, narrow driveways that lead to it. And just quote a little bit here. It said that they're leaving it an Ag 5A land, quote, greatly restricts the potential beneficial use of the property, allowing at most 2 lots with limited associated farm dwellings. They argue that changing to family ag would offer diverse small agricultural pursuits. But it doesn't make any sense. How does chopping it up make it more likely? And then when you look at what they really expect to do, they say so. The Commission on Water Resource Management questioned if there would be enough water for this. The Commission recommended that conservation strategies and that water demand calculations be done. And I'm assuming that's because they can't actually mandate them, they just request them. The response from the developer's agent was that they quoted some rainfall averages from 2014 and said they would do additional calculations if they were required. So I guess that's up to you to actually require them. Because this is, water is scarce. We are in drought conditions. The more people you add, the more demand on water, the less we're going to have for agriculture. The response to the recommended conservation strategies was to agree that they were a good idea, and that said they would encourage their use throughout the development. They said, and I quote,
native drought tolerant landscaping will be encouraged in the proposed subdivision. I notice they're not encouraging agriculture. So if you're going to do this, fine, but be genuine about it. I think it should be left to a larger agricultural zoning than it is now, and actually use it for agriculture. We're trying to achieve food security as an island, as a state, so we don't have to barge everything in, but we keep chopping it up and chopping it up into smaller and smaller parcels that are not going to feed much of anybody. So that's my encourage you to consider that when you think about this rezoning. Mahalo.
Thank you. Are there any other Zoom testifiers?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. In-person testifiers, we have Ken Van Bergen.
Morning.
Morning. Oh, yeah.
I just say I do.
Perfect.
All right. Well, good morning, Chair, Commissioners. I'm here in support of item 1. I'd first like to just point out, everybody, all of you, myself, everybody in this room lives in a home or condo or land built by a developer or an owner builder that went through the planning process, subdivision process, and was constructed. And I just find it odd that it seems like quite a bit of our community now thinks it's a crime to develop property. So I support this project as first a local landowner. My parcel is 2 parcels away from Steve's. It's good infill. I think it fits the CDP perfectly. If you look at where the expansion line is right in the middle of this property. And to go from an Ag 5 to an Ag 1 zoning is not much of a stretch. You're not, when the testifiers mentioned it should be more dense. Well, it can't be more dense because he only has 11 water units. And water is one of the biggest factors of development in Kona now and will be for years to come, as you all know probably better than most. So you're limited on what you can do based on water. And I think what Mr. Chen's trying to do with a 11 lot subdivision in that area fits, needs to develop more properties that can be sold and built, but also fits the CDP, which I think is kind of the document to go to as you look to plan and move forward. So for those reasons, we're very supportive of the project.
Thank you. Next is Mac Mcginnis. Perfect, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Mcginnis. I live in the Kona Orchard subdivision here in Kaluakona. There appears to be contradictory comments between the planning department's report on the parcel in question and the Kona Community Development Plan. The Kona Community Development Plan was ruled on by Judge Ronald Avaro on April the 25th, 2013 as legal and enforceable. All of this parcel, the 14.96 acres, is not entirely within the Kona urban area. Half of this parcel is within the urban area. The other half is in the Kona rural area. And it's designated as improvement agricultural lands. I didn't write the Kona Community Development Plan, okay? I'm just repeating what's in it. It's shown on this map with the red line running right through the middle of the parcel. This LUPEG map, Land Use Planning Allocation Guide, was used back in 2011. It shows the parcel in question is being entirely in the urban expansion area. I tried to find this map in the Kona Community Development Plan, and I couldn't find it. It doesn't exist. If it's in there, I'd like for somebody to please show it to me. What I did find was 5 maps, all showing the delineation line between the rural boundary and the urban boundary. The first one is the official land use map, and it shows where the red line is. It divides this piece of property. The second map, again, is all part of the Kona Community Development, is the general plan LUPAG map. The third map is the generalized LUPAG map. The fourth map is the generalized zoning map. And the fifth map is the concurrency zone map. Our 5 communities, Pualani Estates, Heights of Pualala, Sugarcane Lane, Kona Orchards, and Hualua Colony went through this issue back in 2011. The citizens heard every comment from the assistant planning director at that time, right on down the line, and every imaginable excuse or reason why the red line delineating this property and rural district from the urban district was not really there. It's there. It's there in this critical policy statement that the county council made back in 2008, is that rezoning for land outside of the Kona urban boundary, outside of the red line, is prohibited. That's stated in the Kona Community Development Plan under the land use section, policy LU 3.8, rezoning outside of urban and rural TODs and outside of the general plan LUPAG urban area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other public testifiers? At this point, we'll call the applicant. Oh, we'll do a motion to close public testimony for this agenda item. Motion by second. Motion in second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Testifiers on Zoom, now that they're completed, you can log off and watch on YouTube. Mahalo. Okay, the applicant, please state your name and the town you live in. Or I better swear you in as well. Thank you. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the planning commission?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is John Pippin, Land Planning Hawaii, representing Mr. Chen, Dr. Chen. Apologies, I live in Honolulu.
I'm sitting here and I go by Steve. So just introduce me a little bit, and I'm very new to this process, so I appreciate all presenting this. I need maybe about a little bit about myself as a landowner of this. So the idea that I wanted this comes from that me and my family wanted to relocate to Hawaii. I have my wife and the 2 kids, and we've been coming to Hawaii for 20 years. We come here all the time, and one of the thinking was to come here to retire someday. Well, 3 years ago, and this facility in Oahu and the Kaiser facility, they wanted some help. So we got me here to help them. Initially it was temporary, but I didn't like it. And actually got a chance to live on different islands. I helped them on Oahu, and I helped them on Maui, and I helped them here. And I also got a chance to work on Kauai for a few months. So I got a chance to live on different islands, and I just decided to really like this area. So decided to stay here. So we've been on Hawaii for about 3 years now. And my idea is to be able to retire here, and even in the paradise. One of the most attraction is I want to stay healthy. I want to to stay away from doctors. Okay, so the idea to stay healthy is to eat healthy diet. Okay, and healthy organic fruits and vegetables in the farm is most important in the country. Okay, so my idea is to be able to have a place that I plant all the fruit trees I want, and include vegetables and everything, and share with the community. So that's my idea. That's why I get into this, and I hope to. One of the earlier testifiers mentioned that there's a difficulty getting doctors and appointments many months away. Well, guess what? There's a reason that it's very hard for doctors coming here because there's this it's difficult to find a lot of things. But guess what? I have at least 2 doctor friends that will need to come here if they can find the right place. So I was talking to them about it. Maybe if they get one of these, if they can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you, Chair Batuzik, planning commissioners. You folks are so dedicated. You spend so much time, not only here in person, but at home, evenings, weekends, reviewing the voluminous reports we sent to you. So mahalo plenty. And again, thank you for your attention and care throughout this process. Thanks also to Deputy Director Darrow, the favorable recommendation, working hard with us on our conditions so that they can be crafted, so that they're achievable, we can actually accomplish the things that we're setting out to do in a reasonable time frame, and not relying on the actions of others who we can't necessarily compel. So the proposal is for FA1A on 14.9 acres of change. One of the recent testifiers brought up the difference in the line between the urban expansion and important ag on the LUPAC maps. That was settled in 2010 and reiterated that it was settled in 2013 by then planning director Mike Edcock. So I've included in my latest communications with Planning Department, Planning Commission, and apologies for the late communication. I always try to wrap these things up well ahead of time. We had some late testimony come in last week that I wanted to also include in our response, but the determination of the LUPAG line and therefore the Kona CDP urban area line is settled as an attachment in that communication that was sent to you yesterday. Hopefully you all had a chance to see that. So the first thing when Dr. Chen came to us last year that we look at his idea to rezone this, to create 10 new lots. We look at the guidance, the CDP, the GP, the agricultural potential of this land, and everything checked out. There's a lot of history with this property. It had previously been put forward for RS10, RS15 development in that 2010 to 2013 timeframe, along with the state land use boundary amendment to bring it into urban, to permit that higher density. And they got pretty far in the process. You know, a lot of testimony resolved around if this is too high density, you know, the traffic impacts, and the traffic studies done and updated throughout that process that showed that there were no impacts significant from the proposed 43 lots that would occur on this property. And this is after the neighboring lot to the south, to the west, sorry, on the Kai side, 42, had previously successfully been rezoned to RS10. So we look at all these things, this background, and we say, does this fit with the area? We've got Ag 1 on the Malka side and on the north side. We've got Ag 5 to the south, the neighboring smaller parcel. We've got RS10, which is kind of funky because the ordinance has expired and it's gone stale, so that will have to be kind of brought up again to the Planning Commission to go forward. And then we got all the residential development to the south. So this seems like a good fit in terms of complying with the Ag 1 and being kind of transitionary between that higher density to the south. It's not within any TOD area. We can pull up a map from the Kona CDP if that's in question, but that is not true. I think that testifier was confusing this lot with a neighboring one. So there's not a lot of adverse impacts. This is 5 acre lots being turned into 1 acre lots. We're leaving the state land use as agriculture. So agricultural uses are mandated by state law. So any dwelling has to be associated with the farm in state land use agriculture. Enforcement of that is another question and is probably a larger discussion. But that is already in the law. Any home being built on these lots has to be associated with the farm. Things. Traffic impacts are negligible. 11 lots. You know, this is after the fact. The previous rezone attempt showed that 43 lots wasn't going to have a significant impact. We're more than happy to cooperate with the development of the neighboring parcel, whatever it may turn into. I understand it may be in escrow and maybe changing hands in the near future, but again, those entitlements are stale, so they'll have to represent that project, whatever it turns into. So we don't even know who the owner of that neighboring lot to the south. That is important for coordinating access to Walleye Road. We agree that one access is what it should be, and we agree that we'll establish that access such that they can connect and work with them on the best design. I think that's the best way it's been written in the conditions. We've reviewed the conditions. We agree with them. We appreciate, again, the hard work of the planning department in crafting those. One thing, you know, there's a lot of public testimony, not necessarily specifically relating to Dr. Chen's project, to this application, but we heard a lot of public testimony this morning. And there's a big emotional connection. There's an angst that comes through. And, a book I was reading not too long ago kind of addresses this topic. It's been known as soul establishment, and this is solace in Greek for comfort, algia, pain. So it's a form of emotional distress, and it's caused by environmental change. And it's described also as a homesickness you feel when you're still at home, when your environment is changing around in ways you can't control. So, you know, I don't say this to dismiss or qualify those testifiers' concerns, but just future reading for me. And it's an interesting and very deep connection. So one thing we've also gone into depth in our application, we're trying to do more of, is look at the watershed as a whole. So Waiaha watershed, in this case, encompasses over 10,000 acres of land going from the coast to very near the summit of Walleye at 8,100 feet of elevation. And based on the general plan, about 10% of that watershed is designated for urban uses. So low density, medium density, urban expansion, 10%. Approximately 37% is designated as conservation land, and approximately 53% is designated important ag or extensive. And again, we go back to the planning director's determination. This is not important ag land. This is urban expansion land. It's within, therefore, the Kona urban area, and it's appropriate to consider for infill. So that's all set. We also appreciate there's a lot of additional new conditions here relating to protections for endangered species, prohibiting or trying to limit the spread of invasive species. Those are great, and I think they could be considered, you know, just maybe a change of language from conditions on the development to these are like copper, right? These are things that we notice that are important for the INA, for our endangered species here, and I think it's a good direction to go. And, you know, just me, I'm thinking about these conditions as I'm planning to prune my trees on wait until September, until after the Pia have their pups and do their thing. So I think it can be educational for the broader public to have these discussions and to have it out there. So I think that pretty much wraps it up. I'm going to try to keep it brief, but we appreciate all of your time and consideration. We would greatly appreciate your forwarding a favorable recommendation to the county council who ultimately make the decision on this one. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions of the applicant or of county planning department? Go ahead.
One of the concerns around the development of this parcel is the water use and the availability of water, and the consultation that DLNR sought with the CWRM. I noted that in your response, you indicated that you had made a telephone call to them, but had not received any response to your call. I'd like to get a sense of where that process is and what work you're undertaking to fulfill that concern.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Knowles. That comment from DLNR groundwater branch, the Commission of Water Resource Management, was referring us to work with the Ahamoku Council on any potential impacts to cultural traditional uses relating to groundwater and the use of groundwater through the county system that this project might have. So I did reach out on a couple of occasions over the last 6 weeks or so to the Ahamoku Council, both on the phone and by email. I have not heard back from them. It's something that, there are Moku and folks who represent those Moku. I don't see anyone on their documentation to reach out to for this area. That would be like the go-to contact to I'm open to suggestions, but we've reached out to their main line on a number of occasions, haven't heard back. Groundwater is super important here. And we rely on the guidance of Department of Water Supply and their long-range plans for this area and for the aquifers that underlie Kona. I should note that the Waiaha water system and the agreement there would serve to increase the water supply to the entire Kona area to the tune of something like 2 million gallons per day plus. And part of the water allocation for this project is from that Waiaha agreement. So, there's still a lot of work to be done to protect and preserve our super valuable natural resources, especially groundwater here in Kona. But this isn't a property, and these aren't lots that are going to be conducive to row crop that would use a lot of irrigation water. This is going to be like food forests, like edible landscape, like citrus trees, fruit trees, mango trees. All of these things are really well adapted to the climate there. So we don't anticipate a whole lot of irrigation water will be necessary outside of just initial establishment of these plants. Also, there's great potential for reuse of water, both capturing your roof runoff, or there's ways that the Department of Health will allow you to reuse gray water too. So those will all be promoted and really push for this development. Hopefully, that answers your question. Thank you.
Any more? Anybody? Any more questions?
What kind of doctor are you?
I'm an oncologist.
Okay. I have a question for the county. In the determination by the planning director that the half of the project that is shown as being outside, was that accepted by county council also?
That
sorry. Thank you. Let me just introduce myself. I'm Jeff Darrow, Deputy Planning Director, supporting Zendo Kerna. Back in 2013, when this went before council or committee, there was discussion. The commission accepted it. The director recommended it because it's halfway in the property, correct? So you got to kind of make a determination. General plan, land use pattern allocation guide map is broad brush. It's not site specific. Unfortunately, with the introduction of GIS, everything appears to be site specific. But when it comes to the general plan, it's general. And so at the time, the applicant was proposing a residential development and was requesting from the planning director at that point, could this property be determined as urban expansion? And I think it was two different determinations agreed with that interpretation. When it came up to planning committee, there was discussion about the ability to make that interpretation, right? And that really wasn't clearly resolved because I think it's something that has to be clearly stated somewhere. And right now it's an assumption. The planning director was the one who helped create the plan. He's the one that provides recommendations to the commission, to the council, to the mayor on land use applications and planning matters. And so at that point, they did accept it, but what ended up happening was there was a lot more discussion regarding significant conditions that wanted to be placed on the property. So the original application that came in, there was some issues that came up, they withdrew. They resubmitted, they made it all the way up, as John had mentioned, all the way up to committee. And at that point, when it got to where these pretty extensive conditions were being not placed, but almost like trying to be placed on this, they ended up withdrawing at that point. So now again, we're in this dilemma. We heard our first testifier saying, hey, this really should be an area of higher density, right? But they're limited by water. Right now we can't. Back then maybe they could have, but right now we only have 11 units of water. When you look at the other dilemma, just really quick on this, is because of that split on that land use pattern allocation guide map, you've got to try to come up with an appropriate split. And it's in my opinion, looking at this, the appropriate split would be the road. You know, it wouldn't be the property below. It seems like those are connected. And as you look to the south, you also see the residential land use pattern occurring. But when you look to the north and to the west, you see the agricultural 1 acre occurring. So this actual, you know, we've gone through the residential proposal, it didn't pan out. Now we're coming back to the other side for the agricultural 1 acre proposal. And this appears to be a good compromise, you know, an appropriate compromise.
So procedurally, to finally establish the boundaries of the urban expansion area, that would be for the county council once they receive.
They can bring it up as an issue. I mean, right now the planning, see, it's a difficult process. You don't normally go to the council and request a determination. You come to the planning department before you submit, and the planning director will make a call. And again, we're fully aware of the lack of clear direction, and so that's something that's being implemented as we talk. But that's the process that's been in place as long as I've been working with the planning department.
The process for the split zoning or split
For
Food
the,
ag,
for the
mass.
process of determining a questionable land use determination. And again, the reason why the request comes in is because with the introduction of GIS, people look at things very site specific. But again, it is broad brush. The general plan clearly says it is a broad brush line. How broad that brush line is, it really depends on a lot of factors. And in this case, there are a lot of factors.
Is there specific language that we can reference that in the general plan that establishes that it is
Broad brush?
open for, yeah.
Sure, hold on.
Not that I don't trust you, General, but I'm just curious.
Chair, if I may just add.
Please.
Potential clarification on one of the testifiers' comments that rezoning is prohibited outside of the Kona urban area, and that's not technically true. It has to be consistent in scale with transfer of land to family members. So a single lot to a few lots is still allowed outside of the Kona urban area. It's not total prohibition.
And is there anything in there about rezoning but maintaining the designation, whereas this is agriculture to agriculture? Is there anything indicating that that's okay versus agriculture to residential? I'm ready for you, Jeff.
So in the, this is in the standards for the land use section in the general plan. It states, and I quote, "The designated land uses will be delineated on the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map. The broad brush boundaries indicated are graphic expressions of the general plan policies, particularly those relating to land uses."
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, my next question. As far as the development goes, are you going to propose any CC&Rs that would dictate what people can do on the property?
Certainly, yeah. To date, there hasn't been drafted CC&Rs, and we'd like to keep it to a minimum if possible. We believe people generally can behave themselves without additional rules. But yeah, no specific language.
Is there anything that you would do that would basically require a certain level of home construction to be built? Like you'd require a certain square footage or a certain design that would drive the prices of the homes up to maintain property values?
Even for anything like that.
Okay.
My big idea is to, everybody interested in it should be the ones like me, planting all the trees and fruits and vegetables.
Would you mind
sorry.
speaking to that?
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so I hadn't thought about those things, but my idea would be anybody interested in those laws would be somebody like me. They are interested in just planting a lot of fruit trees and vegetable gardens like that, healthy lifestyles.
Terrific.
Yeah.
No, we would love to have an oncologist farm up there. That would be fantastic. But as a problem with the proliferation of high value homes, which drives costs up for everybody, is these proliferation of these CC&Rs, which restrict people's ability to build a modest home and to keep lots more affordable.
Well, my idea is more affordable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
What are you hoping to receive on market for the homes? What are you going to be offering them? I'm not homes, sorry, lots.
I'm new to this, and my main idea is to get the lot that I want. So I get a pick and choose the piece that I want. So that's the big thing. So everything else, I'm very new to this. I have no idea.
Okay. And would you be selling the lots as is and not building homes?
There are a couple of people that I talked to us mentioned that at least 2 doctor friends were interested.
Yeah.
So they maybe come in and build homes. So,
Oh, but you'd be selling the lot and then the buyer would be building the
Right,
home.
right,
You wouldn't
right.
be building the home and selling a
I
building.
don't plan to do that, yeah.
Okay. My last question is regarding sewer. Being that we are within the Kona urban area and that we are in proximity to sewer, obviously sewer is going to be very much preferable from an environmental and health perspective than individual wastewater systems. As well as preserving our aquifer and all of that, really. That's the benefit of sewer. And I understand that there is sewer in the vicinity, but it's not immediately accessible.
We tried very hard to look into that. I mean, personally, I would much prefer to be able to connect, right?
Yeah.
Very beneficial, but practically it was of the thorough investigation was not possible unless we cut through a lot of people's property, which is not possible.
Right.
And
We very looked into that.
if I may, part of that discussion relates to density. So the cost per unit at the eventual sale, if you're having to extend a sewer line 1,000 feet, you can spread that cost over 50 or so lots, then it becomes affordable. But if you're spreading that cost, the same amount of sewer line over 10 lots or 11 lots, then it kills the project. There's no way you can accomplish the subdivision.
And that's for extending sewer to the project.
So, yeah, the sewer line would have to come up another 500 feet across lot 42 before even reaching the property boundary.
Is lot 42 RS10 there?
Correct, yes.
Okay, my question is whether, one of the conditions of approval is that the water infrastructure be built and dedicated to the county for this area. Could we do something similar with sewer, where you're also building your own sewer within your project? And eventually, when the neighbors have connected to sewer and built sewer out for theirs, we can connect on to them at that point, so that rather than locking ourselves into individual wastewater systems now and not being able to be flexible in the future when sewer does become available with RS10 immediately next door.
Yes, thanks for the question. That's possibly the worst of both worlds if you're trying to make this make sense in terms of financial in the end. So having to build the sewer and put in septic systems for each home, that's twice the cost. And there's no assurance that RS10 property will be developed in the very near future. So we've already got septic systems. Why not keep septic systems? They're designed by civil engineers. They're approved by Department of Health. They look at the soils. They look at the infiltration. And our aging, undersized wastewater treatment plants are possibly not the best solution either.
And then did you evaluate the possibility of doing a small batch wastewater treatment system that was recommended by Department of Health?
Those are prohibitively expensive.
It's a small project.
Yeah, talking about maybe $1 million.
Just thinking about it, what about putting a condition in, especially once you sell all your lots that everybody comes to fees, put it in the system. When RS10 comes online and lot 42 comes online, have you guys thought about that?
Yes, I think the way the condition is written and proposed is if we can finish this subdivision before the sewer reaching the property, then we can use septic systems.
Yes.
If we can't, then we have to connect to the sewer. So that's a good way to say we're not having to do both septic systems and sewer at the same time. If the sewer becomes available, which is the way the county code is written, if the sewer is available to the property, then you have to connect.
Yeah, I don't see doing both of them at the same time. Like you said, it's definitely not feasible for anyone to do both systems if the system's not going to be connected. But I just wanted to know if you guys have thought about that, especially as you sell off the lots, you know, through this project. Looking at moving forward with what's gonna maybe take place in lot 42. At that discussion, you know, have you guys discussed anything about that? And obviously, with the county code, like you said, if it's there and it's available, you are gonna have to tie into it no matter what.
Exactly. So the idea is that if 42 becomes available, connection becomes available, it'll be much preferable for me to connect it. Yeah, I would prefer, I would like to have that opportunity, but we'll see, you know, soon we or not.
Yeah.
So, but if you are developing lots and selling lots, then you wouldn't be financially responsible for creating the individual wastewater system for each home. That would be up to the builder, correct?
Except nobody will buy your lots. Yeah, that condition on it. Because we prohibitively expensive for them to build it, we do both. And the same thing, you can use, either me or the buyer.
Yes.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
same thing.
It would be, you know, but these are going to be expensive lots, right? 1 acre in this area will be an expensive lot. There's no way around that, unfortunately, unless it's off market, unless there's a special condition that you know is limiting the value, which would be great. You know, let's do that if that's an option.
Okay.
But again, it's as an upfront development cost, the developer would be putting in, you would be putting in the sewer line that would have to be connected to. So that sewer line would be running on the driveway access road. And then at that point, when additional people are buying, if the lots are there, if the sewer has been connected already, then they can connect to the sewer. If not, if they haven't been connected yet, then they can put in the individual wastewater systems. But at least we've preserved our option, and the developer has created the option to have sewer within the neighborhood. And you don't have to take on the cost of providing both sewer and individual wastewater system.
So, okay, one important aspect to keep in mind here is the entitlements, the zoning on lot 42 is stale. They didn't meet the conditions of that ordinance. So they have to come back before the planning commission, before the county council to do anything like an RS10 development. And we've seen, you know, just in projects that testifiers have brought up today, the time extensions are not a guarantee. They're not an easy thing. You know, people bring up brand new ideas, brand new opposition. So, you know, we have no guarantees, no assertions that RS10 is going to be what lot 42 remains. It is practically Ag 5 right now. So we don't even know who the owner is going to be at the end of the year for that lot.
But at the same time, you know, like you said, we don't know. And I don't see adding that minimal amount of sewer on your access road as being a terribly huge expense.
It is.
I mean, we're putting lots of sewer lines, and I know the costs.
Yeah.
It's not, this is a very short section of sewer line. So I'm ballparking. I've got.
Like, I'm a little lost. So on this map, where is the sewer line?
It's in the property in the subdivision.
What I'm talking about, if you can pull up a map of the proposed subdivision.
Yeah, if I could chime in, Mike.
Sure.
So that right now, from a bird's eye view, hold on, Jessica, you can go back. The property or the cul-de-sac that is kitty corner to the property, that one right there, is the closest sewer.
Right.
That's within 300 feet. Unfortunately, there's no direct line to get there. The only way is through the road that connects to the RS10 to the north, a little further down, Jessica. Up.
Why don't you give
No.
me just the pointer?
Yeah.
So that's where the sewer line has to come out to connect to the RS10. And then as John mentioned, it's probably about 500 feet up to his property. But I do understand where you're trying to go, Mike, and I'll have Jessica bring up the subdivision map so we can talk about the dry sewer line and the proposed road line.
It would be within the proposed roadway. They wouldn't be responsible for bringing sewer to their property, but they'd be responsible for putting in a dry sewer line on their property in the roadway that others can connect to in the event that sewer becomes accessible to the neighborhood. And that would be a requirement that the developer would have to make. But if there's no sewer at the time that somebody wants to build their home, then they could build with the individual wastewater system. So it would be increasing his costs. That would be a factor, but it would be providing a level of protection for environmental resources. And being within the Kona urban corridor, I don't think we want the proliferation of individual wastewater systems.
The Department of Health is kind of the authority on wastewater treatment. They've responded on this application that IWS, individual wastewater system septic systems, are appropriate.
I think the concern is that as a commission, we have to be thinking about the entire landscape.
Sure. Sure, fair enough. Well, my question on that line is whether that could be considered. But so we can get to that in discussion.
I just said real quick. Yeah.
Yes.
So I hear a concern, Mike, certainly it's a subject we discussed in length about it. I mean, if we have to do any extension with the sewer like that, 500 or anything like that, the project is not feasible. Well, we already stretched the budget, we'll build a roadway, connect, and then even for extension to the south, those are huge expenses. Only that for this small project, it's already huge stretch. And to add anything to the sewer like that, basically the project is no good. We'll resume back to 5A and do 2 houses. That's all. So.
Are you gonna have underground utilities? Is that roadway gonna have underground utilities?
I think that's the question.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Underground, they actually dig different digging. So
You do your conduit and then you can run the line through there.
They say you have to do separate.
So it'd be a separate trench.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Before we go to the I have one more question.
Sure.
Please, you.
I also, it seems that a lot of the discussion, and maybe Jeff, you can speak to this too, is just what the plans are for an improvement of the Pulalai Road, sort of looking ahead and where we are with respect to this particular project and recommended improvements on the road there.
Sure. And that's the focus of the revised conditions that were passed out to the commissions, revised conditions G, H, and I. Basically, at this point, there's one access on Pulalai Road that's going to be shared with lot 42. That's the lot to the west, Makai side, so that there's a connection, one connection to Pulalai. If the applicant happens to propose a secondary action to the east, then they will be required to be able to improve the whole Makai side of Pulalai Road, half of for the future road widening setback area. That Hualalai is identified as a collective. Right now, the way it is that if they keep with the one access, when they do their subdivision, they will be dedicating that future road widening setback piece to the county, so that when the county comes in to improve Hualalai Road, that's now their property. And they have the ability, they don't have to come in. Normally in the past, you would put it on each individual property and the county had to come in and condemn it. That didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So in discussing with Public Works, they agreed that we can go ahead and put that whole future road widening setback property to be dedicated to the county. Again, in the past, when we were talking about what happened at committee, they were trying to impose the condition for them to do all the improvements. It was a project killer, basically. And this is 1/4 the amount of lots.
And Mr. Pippin, it sounds like from your most recent correspondence to the commission that this, even this revised requirement or condition to the permit is prohibitive for you. Is that true, or you're fine with it? It's because it requires collaboration with the unknown owners of the neighboring parcel.
The revised condition is basically what we suggested to alleviate that concern with compelling action.
Mr. Chairman, just really briefly, there was discussion about the property to the south. In looking at the aerial, there appears to be some structures along Hualalai on that property, but maybe development wasn't the correct word. The word we were looking for is something like a rezoning, where if they came in to create higher density and there were conditions placed on that property, we could provide the connection to the adjoining subdivision and create connectivity.
Okay, now back to the fact finding on the sewer. Have you actually received estimates for what it would cost for putting the sewer only within your portion?
Yes, thanks.
What would that be?
We reached out to engineering partners for estimates, and obviously a lot of it's going to depend on the exact design, the depth that the sewers have to be dug down to. And I'm assuming we're going to hit some rock here. So their ballpark estimate cost per linear foot was somewhere in the $250 to $400 per linear foot range. So if we're having to put in, probably not 1,000 feet, but you can see how that adds up pretty quickly to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yep. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. So how much linear footage are you looking at on that road there?
Well, it depends if it's just talking about the on-site.
On-site.
That's probably about 500 feet or so. And again,
what was the linear foot estimate?
Let's say 400 to be kind of middle of the road, $400 per linear foot. But again, this is shots in the dark, back of the envelope calculations. That's on top of building a septic system when you build a house.
That would be
so
the
that
lot.
cost. Yeah, that cost is built into the cost of the lot, but they also have to then build the septic system.
Perhaps, right? If it hasn't gone there by then, perhaps they would have to build it.
Perhaps.
The other option, have you considered what it would be like to down the road retrofit and upgrade to sewer?
Well,
digging through the road.
Yeah, certainly that wouldn't be ideal either.
Right. That would be a lot worse, right? So that's the idea, is that you look into what would be before.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman, it's about the cost. You mentioned earlier, it seems to be 1 acre lots are valuable, but the reason that I want a bigger lot on this whole entire 15 to 14 acres, because only that one lot is a good view. It's pretty flat. So the whole thing, and then the other side is the big water tank. There's pretty much block everything. So the land actually is pretty flat. There's only one area, and then I chose to be my place of the view. So yeah, thank you.
Well, if there's no further questions, we can seek a motion on the agenda item so that we can proceed with the discussion.
I'll move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council for the application of the change of zone. Docket PL Res 2021-00012 based on the planning director's recommendations, which shall be adopted. Deputy planning directors.
I second.
Yeah, feel free to discuss.
I value the great question always might. And I do think, forward thinking, if you're looking at that, it's a couple $100,000. Is that what you're figuring? And he just, okay, let's just say 200. That's a conservative estimate of not knowing what you're really doing. And And whether it's even gonna go that direction, but it's still $200,000 putting in place. Supposedly hoping that the other people get approved and do something, right? And in the long run, in an overview, that may be where you could save money doing it that way and be better for the environment, right? Putting in septic systems is not a great answer for anything. But it's also spending $200,000 on something that we don't know, for an investor that doesn't know what direction it's actually going to go. So I can sort of, at this point, sort of see both sides here of what you're bringing up and what you're proposing. But this is what we have to do. We have to look forward thinking for, our island and what we really want it to be. And we look at you and we go, this is a great idea. It's so much better than that high density thing, which maybe they could do. This is nice acreage. It's maybe organic farms. These are all really good. And maybe you'll do water catchment. Those are all the positive things, right? And improving, dedicating that whole portion of the road to increase the roadway. Those are all really positive things. But this discussion for us is really important about trying to figure this out. So, I mean, if you looked at it like you were going to do 11 places and each of them pays an extra $10,000 when you sell the lots, that would pay you back for, that's how you would have to think about it, right? And then you would have something in place that has the potential of doing something a lot better. You'd personally be a lot happier, as you said, connecting to a sewer. Why you couldn't just take the $10,000 and pass it on to people buying your lots? We're just having a frank discussion here of trying to understand. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. And I'm not a real estate guy, but looking at a 1 acre lot in this area, I would guess, there's probably people who know a lot better than I do what it would go for. I'd guess you're looking between 400, 500, maybe more. Who knows in this day and age? Multiply that by the 10 lots, excluding the one that you're going to keep, and 5 million. That will allow you to build these kind of things that should be fairly standard in the Kona urban corridor. And so I think passing on that construction of the sewer to have that kind of connectivity and capability is a reasonable ask within the urban corridor. It's pushing anything out of reach. It is adding upfront costs.
All right, I certainly hear you, Mr. Chairman. And, certainly I hear your calculation, but I'm not in real estate either, but I know before I know that I was trying to buy a lot for, and I know it's right close by, 1 acre lots sold for national for $299. So I'm not saying that. So there's a wide variations. You cannot project that, but the upfront cost is real cost. I put it there, and it's just very inventory with no use, potentially no use at all. It's a complete waste of resource for anybody, for the new buyer, and make it harder for the new buyer because it costs the new buyer also. Making it harder for people to come here, harder to develop anything. So it's all from waste and without any potential. With very uncertainty at least.
I hear you. And if we were looking at development projects for nice doctors to come and live in, it's a slam dunk, but we have to treat everything as if it's out of our control and that you may sell it tomorrow to somebody else. So we have no assurances of who we're dealing with. So all we can deal with is the paper that's left behind and the conditions.
Right, totally. I really totally likewise. I totally appreciate the committee and everybody in the community. I'm with you, trying to make the community better, a good place for future generations. I'm totally with you. So really appreciate the work you guys do to try to make it work for the community, make the place better. That's all good. I'm all for that. I'm very conscious about what's the best for the environment for the community. We look into that. We have look into feasibility. Otherwise, if it's not feasible, it will pretty good. So I couldn't do it, we just have revert to the original, A5 zoning with the pure lots. Which I think is a little bit too much for me. I don't need that bigger line. I only need a 1, 2, 3 to do my thing, right? It's just complete waste for the community resource in my mind. So I'm very, conscious with the resource. I think that would be complete waste for precious land for the community. And if that's what I have to do, then it's not good for the community.
Yeah.
Do that, right?
Mike, I just want to make a comment too. He's not a developer, right? I mean, this is what is also different about this project. We're working with a gentleman who wants to move here, have a business here, put in these lots, do something good. He's not a developer who thinks like that, who's already thinking how to pass it on. And I mean, that's what we're being presented with. That's what we're being shown. It isn't Stanford Car. It's not, nothing wrong with Stanford Car. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just using the name of a developer,
I'm using,
So
I'm
here-
using a real name. I don't have to do anything.
I know, but that's what's different here too. I have to see that that's different here, right? Go ahead, no, we're discussing.
I agree, certainly, but I also think that our obligation is to sort of think about how the development is being planned for the future and put these things together in a way that works for the entire community, so that we don't just keep kicking down the road these critical infrastructure concerns. And that, for me, is the constant dilemma when we are entertaining these ideas for developments, is that we do, if we're going to increase the density in this area so that there are more people, then we also have to think about how to serve those families and what the impact of those extra families means on the community infrastructure. So it's
but-
this dilemma.
Right, but we're also looking at the law that is saying that they've said that a septic system is okay. They're saying this to us. They've accepted that idea that the septic system is okay.
Yes, after quite a bit. Initially, they said that they must connect to the sewer, and then they said that they should do it in a small batch system. And then after, a long period of time, they agreed to that. So it was clear to me that the preference was not for individual wastewater systems, but rather
Right, as ours isn't either.
Yep.
Right, okay, we're all on the same page there, but we're also talking with the person who's like putting up the money to do it, and he's saying to us that that is a prohibitive. So, we're, okay.
If I may, Department of Environmental Management from the start said require connection to the sewer. And we pushed back on that requirement, showing the difficulty and the distances involved and having to go through someone's living room and bedroom to get to the property on the shortest 300-foot route. They replied to that with, okay, if you don't connect to the sewer, Department of Health says you have to connect to a wastewater treatment plant of your own design and construction. That's not true. We went to the Department of Health for the first comment on this project, which they hadn't yet submitted. And they said, no, we don't require a wastewater treatment plant. Septic systems are okay. Department of Health is the ultimate authority here. If I could allow a little bit of latitude here, please, Chair. Earlier this year, the UH Economic Resource UHERO research organization, they published a study measuring the housing burden regulation, sorry, it's a mouthful, of land use regulations here in Hawaii. And they showed that applying this Wharton Index, which is a way to measure the extent of land use regulation in an area, in their government, drives up the price of housing in that area. We've got over 2.5 times the national average median house price here in Hawaii. And of the Hawaii County survey for this Wharton Index, Big Island was top of the list and national top of the list in land use restrictiveness on developments. So it's a very brief paper, couple pages, good read. Now they can't say there's causal connection there, but there's a strong correlation in their statistics. So all of the decisions that you make here, be they, well-founded, well thought out, they affect housing prices beyond. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I completely understand that. Yeah, my perspective is that in instances of, of affordable housing and attainable housing, where you're trying to create a product that median income people can buy, that's where you can make those concessions in order to limit the upfront cost that would then limit the price that median income families would have to pay. But median income families not going to be buying 1 acre lot. That's just market driven truth. It's not going to happen. So in this case, where if a lot's going to be sold at market value, my personal perspective is that we should be following our fullest ability to bring that development up to the compliance necessary for the future for environmental management, which would be a minimum requirement of putting in sewer lines. And we looked up our sewer line costs a couple of years ago. So it's different than it would be now, $230 per square foot, a linear foot, sorry.
Some building costs will not be
They did.
5, 7 times.
They've gone up. That was a couple of years ago.
So on the cost issue, if I may, one more thing. On the actual road to the south part, so the south part neighbor, I know him, he's a very nice guy. He bought that land. He's not going to sell for another 2 guys. He got a problem another 30 or 40 years ago. He's not going to sell ever. And he's using that to develop 8 acre and for avocado trees. He's going to have a farm there. So it's never going to develop anything. So even that piece of road is a complete waste. But so we to help the country says, okay, I mean, we're going to build that road, or it's actual waste, or we accepted that. But if you have all the waste that add up with the actual sewer, then it becomes the project that will be low.
We've got additional water commitments at 6,000 apiece, the water infrastructure, the road infrastructure, the fair share contribution at $15,000+ a piece. It adds up really quickly.
Such is the nature of development, right?
If this project can proceed because it needs sewer, then it has to be a higher density like the previous attempts. We feel like this is the Goldilocks situation where it's very low density, farm lots. Many people in Hawaii are still on cesspools, and that's atrocious. Septic systems are much better at treating wastewater than a cesspool. And just given the state of affairs with the county's Department of Environmental Management, the lack of maintenance on the Hilo wastewater treatment plant, putting our wholehearted faith in that department maybe misnomer. No offense, but it is what it is.
I will circle back to one thing sewer related. There was something that you brought up regarding conditions R2W, with the environmental requirements and the restrictions on what can be done during different seasons, which is something that I am not in favor of including as a condition. I think that especially on agricultural property, conditions are too restrictive on what can be done for agricultural purposes. Pull up condition R, to protect any hoarded bathrooms in the project. Barbed wire fencing shall not be used, and woody vegetation over 15 feet in height shall not be removed during bat breeding season, June 1st to September 15th. I think those are too restrictive. The language is too restrictive. It doesn't provide enough leeway for agricultural practices, and I think that it is unenforceable. So I would recommend removing those conditions in favor of language reviews previously about if endangered species are encountered, then the Department of Land and Natural Resources would be notified, and a mitigation plan would be created with them.
Yeah. Didn't we do that for that other farm up there?
We did, yeah. We've used that language before.
Yeah.
So I would, if that's okay with you folks, I would like to propose an amendment to the motion on the floor, make a secondary motion that those conditions be removed and replaced with the similar condition as was used in Coloco about, maybe Christian still has that language about the, if endangered species are encountered, then there'd be appropriate authorities will be notified and mitigation plans.
Is this a standard template that's being put into?
We have that condition because we crafted it the last time. I don't have it right on hand, but it's a very general condition that
Yes.
addresses the same thing. So we can use that, but do you want all the endangered species conditions removed? Could you name off which ones?
R3W.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
My question was, is that a standard restriction that you put in all things like?
It's a standard, these are standard comments that we receive from Fish and Wildlife. So just reiterate.
I can add on to that. So typically we don't include it in permits or rezones when the property is somewhat built out. But if it's untouched land, if there's a lot of native vegetation or heavily vegetated property, then we do include the specific conditions.
I mean, and for me, the problem isn't with the initial usage by the developer of when they're going to clear and all that kind of stuff, but with these conditions are maintained down the road, then the individual lot owner would be able to trim their mango trees in July. So that's the issue.
I understand. So maybe we can reword the standard language to be specific to construction phase.
Yes.
And have some different language for ongoing maintenance of the property.
I think that would be most appropriate.
Okay.
So that motion's made. Is there a second?
Second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor of amending the original motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call, or is it just affirmative? I think we do roll call usually, right? For a
Typically,
secondary-
yes.
secondary motion.
May I ask who was the second on that one?
I was Vice Chair DeFranco.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess we're not legally required to do a roll call motion, and the vote was unanimous, so the roll call won't be necessary.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
So further discussion,
how is everybody feeling on proposing condition for requiring the construction of sewer within this project area? Is that something that we want to advocate for now, or is that something that we are going to punt to the county council?
The council should take it up.
Agree with.
Okay. Well, the county council will have a record of our discussion, so they will hear that and they can make that determination. So at this point, I think we're okay with moving forward with the roll call vote for the primary motion.
Okay, and let me just verify that I have recorded what this motion is. Because originally it was a favorable recommendation to county council, but should I also, well, yes, question for you, should I include in this motion that it also included amendments to the conditions?
Yes.
Yeah, the previous motion.
The previous motion amended the motion on the floor, so we can just take that.
Put it all into this one single motion.
Yep.
Okay, so we have then a favorable recommendation with amendments to remove conditions R through W.
And replace with the thing, but yeah.
And replace with a.
It doesn't need to be restated, that the motion is for a favorable recommendation.
Okay.
And that motion's already been amended, so.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner DeFranco.
Aye.
Commissioner Knowles. Aye. Commissioner De La Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
And Chair Katusik.
No. I vote no because I personally believe that it should be established at this time that the sewer should be built in place, but understand everybody's perspective and wish you the best at the county council working out the issue.
With that, the motion does pass 4-1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we'll do a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 2:07.
Here all day.
Everyone for sharing.
Okay, we'll come back to order. Next item on the agenda. The applicant is Bolton Inc. This is a remand. So Hawaii Supreme Court, December 2nd, 2021 opinion held that the withdrawal of special permit SPP number 16-00018 was improper and remanded special permit SB 16-00018. Yeah. Making a funny noise. Okay. Is that better? Yeah. My phone was too close. Okay, anyway, so Supreme Court, December 2nd, 2021 opinion held that the withdrawal of special permit 16-00018 was improper and remanded the special permit number SPP number 16-00018 back to the Leeward Planning Commission for further proceedings consistent with its opinion. The Leeward Planning Commission will hold a hearing to determine standing for a contested case for applicant for a special permit to allow for a base yard, staging yard for equipment storage of materials, stockpiling, crushing of natural materials for commercial use, and security dwelling situated on a 9.23 acre portion of a 23.738 acre property situated within state land use agricultural district. The property is located, I think there's still some feedback happening, huh? A little bit. Property is located at 75-476 Walalai Road, approximately 700 feet east of its intersection with Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, Kahului First, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 7-5-017, parcel 44. Deputy Planning Director Jeff Darrow will be representing the Planning Department on this item as well. And Commissioner Knowles may have to make a disclosure.
Well, I know the Bolton Ohana, and so I just wanted to disclose that I did attend Leah Bolton's wedding.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think that qualifies as a conflict of interest. You know, I think a lot of us know them as a small town. So, yeah, I was there also. Okay. There's no presentation by staff, or is the applicant here? The applicant or the petitioner is here. So the applicant's not here, the petitioner is here. We have the petitioner's representative make a presentation. Okay. Okay, public testimony, we'll have Mr. Mcginnis come up and provide public testimony for this agenda item as well. Yes, please. Okay, and I just want to relay that what was being discussed here is the petition for standing in the contested case and not the permit itself. So please go ahead.
I understand what y'all will decide. Do we have standing or not?
Yes.
Okay, but my testimony, that's what I'm sorry, I got confused.
Oh, no, your testimony is fine as long as it's on the petition. We're just not talking about the permit itself is what he was just clarifying.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
That's, the commission is not deciding on the merits of the application today. So it's just the petition is what we're accepting testimony on as of now. If that's what you're talking about, then great. If it's pertaining to the petition, then that's what we would like you to speak on today.
Petition of
Go
standing.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Spend 3 minutes talking about it, or go ahead.
My name is Matt Mcginnis. I reside in Kona Orchard Subdivision here in Kona. I'm here in opposition to the landowner's application. The property owner under the guide.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're not going to vote on that permit. We're looking at the petition for standing. What? Are you going to speak about that?
Let's just let him have his 3 minutes to speak and we'll proceed. Go ahead. Thank you.
I've got two issues. I can walk out on Mile 9. I'm sorry. I can walk out on Mile 9 like about 1,000 other people in that area and look right down on this property, and you saw the photos that Carol Fuller had and the dust coming up and the abuse that's been going on. And that's why the 5 communities of who all of our associates got together and filed suit over this, but nothing was happening. And my 2 issues are what Bolton has been saying he's actually doing or has been doing when he's not doing it. And then his representations with regard to the floodway channel. Is it okay if I continue?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
The property owner, under the guise of permits that are not occasioned by an impending development, that means getting ready to happen, and making representations that he is doing floodway channelization work, has actually been operating a commercial rock crushing operation. For 6+ years on the land in question, he has been importing rock, crushing it, and excavating rock on the land in question, hauling it off of his property. Hawaii revised statutes and the county zoning code provide no allowable uses as these for standalone uses. I'll skip part of what I was going to say and get to the floodway channelization. Bolton on several of his permits, and I know you're not here on permits, but has said he was doing floodway channelization work, and he had been in touch with FEMA. There is a letter from FEMA addressed to Billy Canoy, and the date on it is December 21st, 2009. I picked up the telephone and I called Washington, D.C. and talked to the FEMA office. I talked to 2 young ladies there, and I gave them the case number and the letter, and I said, have y'all received any data, anything from anybody in the private sector or the government sector from Kona, Hawaii, or the state of Hawaii regarding this floodway channel work? And they said, no, we have received nothing. This one is 13 years old. Bolton has been saying he's doing floodway channelization work. He could have built that project out in 13 years. He's not doing any floodway channelization work. I spoke to young lady Maggie on September the 8th, 2017, and asked her that question. And then this past July the 6th, I spoke to another young lady named Esmeralda. Asked her the same question, got the same answers.
So we'll just ask you to summarize.
I'm sorry?
We'll just ask you to summarize the 3 minutes.
That's through. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Mahalo. Okay, that concludes public testimony. We have a motion to close public testimony for this. Oh, Maya?
I believe there may be additional testimony on Zoom. We have somebody who wanted to join that did not register. Janice, do you have someone on Zoom?
Yes, I have a phone call. But then we also have Antu Harvey, who is registered to testify for item number 2.
Okay, so we'll have Antu Harvey go ahead. Again, please try to limit the testimony.
Yeah.
To the
Yeah, this will be actually be a very short question. In fact, I wanted to preface it by saying, can you hear me? I'm double checking.
You can.
Okay, so first I wanted to thank you very much for providing the equity access by Zoom testimony and being able to do online written testimony submissions. That's really important for us for civic engagement, and I really applaud you for doing that, making that provision, and hope that you continue it going forward. I also really appreciate that you provide the documents available online. It allows us to make more informed testimony. And I know that requires some effort, but it's just really awesome to be able to get better information, more timely information. So thank you very much for that too. I really appreciate it. So my quick comment on this is I support any offered position for standing in a contested case hearing. This whole matter has not been among the county's nor Bolton's finest actions. There have been many missteps. My concern for this parcel is that it's actively, as we speaking, being re-terraformed without transparent oversight. We have special concern because the Waiaha Stream and riparian area pass through this parcel and does not appear that it's being properly preserved and managed according to the rules and FEMA requirements. I don't know why or if that information just isn't available. Also, there's a permitted warehouse that's being used that's not for agriculture, but is a commercial gymnastics operation. This parcel is looking like it's quickly becoming a degraded industrial wasteland. Please rectify the past procedural missteps regarding due process. Please remediate the governance over this parcel to ensure its future contributes to our Kona community in compliance with the KCDP and other regulations and policies. Mahalo.
Mahalo. And we have another caller.
Yes, we have Tara Rojas who will be providing testimony, and we also have a person calling in. Tara, is that you on the phone?
It's on mute currently.
Yeah, I've asked her to unmute. Hi, Tara, can you hear us?
Okay, and the other testifier by phone?
The phone call might be Tara, so I'm giving her a minute to try and connect.
Our attorney informs us that you have to press *6 on the phone to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so I am unmuted actually in the Zoom and on the phone. And I just want to preface this, like, can you hear me?
Yes.
The phone call might be Tara, so I'm giving her a minute to try. Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so I am unmuted both in the muted on actually in the Zoom and on the phone. And I just want to preface this. So which one should I be logged on into, the phone or in Zoom?
The phone, Tara.
Yes. The phone, okay. So let me go here on the phone. Okay, can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, we got you.
Can hear you.
Okay, so there is a lag on the YouTube, what I've been watching from, and so I call them out. So if you can hear me now, I just want to preface this that I've been on, since 9:30, and this is the only commission meeting that works differently. And I know, I was the first one to speak, and but anyhow, I wanted to speak on 5 and 6, and then during the meeting, I also wanted to testify. But I just want to preface this as well, because there seems to be even like maybe like a phone discrimination, because if somebody comes in like a little late, they had registered what they wanted to testify, and they call the number and they're put into a phone waiting room in which nobody responds and attends to. So I've been trying for the last, since you're supposed to come back from break at 11:15. I've been logged on in the Zoom. I've been on the YouTube, desperately trying to write in the chat for somebody to answer to see that we're in the Zoom. And then I called the number and to try to get in, and I was put in a phone.
So this is the agenda item that
Okay,
you
so
want to testify on. This is the
yeah.
time to do it. So please go ahead.
So I just want to let you know that, please allow, avoid discrimination and meeting accessibility for phone testifiers, as well. So, yeah, I even called the Hawaii County Council and the Windward Planning Commission people to try to get back on the line. So, okay, so I want to testify regarding number 2. I did want to testify on the other items, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 3, and 4, but I think it all got discussed. So going to number 2, and I'm just going to say this. If you're hearing that, there is opposition for this application regarding, special permitting or changing of zones, again, please listen to the people speaking up. Please listen to the community. I hear, kind of excitement when, or, kind of discussing any future possible development. So when speaking with the developers or applicant to change these zoning codes and or special permits, yet, so it's like you're listening, and then these things usually end up at the end when vote is called, it goes through. When is the same attention to people discussing the opposition of any further development, any zoning changing, any special use? When are there concerns about the VI, the infrastructure, the actual company possibly backing out if it's not completed and then the land is destructed? When are any of those not going to fall on deaf ears? So all I keep hearing, all these 9-hour, 7-hour, 2-hour meetings, and this is the first time I had so much issues just to be on.
Do you have any comments regarding?
Yeah, so just that. So just please listen to
contested case
the
petition
people's
for standing
voices in the
contested
community.
case? Okay.
Yeah. So mahalo.
Will do. Thank you very much for your time. Okay, any further testimonies? If not, is there a motion to close public testimony for agenda item 2? Motion by Vice Chair DeFranco.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Knowles. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, would now be appropriate for the petitioner to, with the petitioner's representative state come forward, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in the matter before the commission?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and the town that you live in.
My name is Michael Matsukawa. I live in Captain Cook area, and I'm an attorney here. I represent the petitioner. As Mr. Mcginnis said, it's the collection of community associations along Walla Highway.
Thank
you. If I might, I know you have a lot of public testimony and background information, but in summary, it's been almost 6 years since we were here last. And it's been 6 hours since I came this morning. I just made this little visual aid to show you where we started in blue, 2010. And this project has morphed over the years. And now we're off the board. I know we're not here to speak to the merits, but I thought it helped if you got a visual picture of the frustration that my client has had, because we've been going through this and now we're off the board. The Hawaii Supreme Court really simply told you what you need to do, I think. First, they said, in their opinion, they believe that my client has standing. So you can disagree, and we'll be back in the appellate procedure again. Or you could agree with the Supreme Court that my client has standing and vote for it. The other issue that the Supreme Court noted that you should pay attention to is that petitioner has an interest in arguing that Bolton's construction activity exceeded the conditions of its grading and stockpiling permits, and therefore required an additional special permit. That's what we were saying all along. So we're just asking for the opportunity to bring this to a forum. And if the commission decides to give us standing, we'll have to just move to the next procedural step and decide then what to do. We'll have to work that out. I know the applicant is not interested in pursuing the matter, but that would be a separate discussion.
Having read the Supreme Court opinion, yes, I understand, but would you mind stating for the commissioners here why your applicant has standing in this contested case?
Basically, there are a collection of homeowner associations surrounding the Bolton property where the construction is going on. The associations represent homeowners like Hualani Estates, Puna Orchard, Heights of Hualalai, and they all surround. And like Mr. Mcginnis said, they were concerned about noise, dust, traffic, generally peace of mind. And the Supreme Court outlined in their opinion a summary of what the petitioners' collective constituents had brought out.
Okay, to commissioners, at this point, we can take a motion on the standing, or if okay. And it's Deputy Director Darrow. Does the department agree with the standing in this request for a contested case?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one's a tough one. The petitioners who created this organization of a number of associations surround Mr. Bolton's property, and obviously they are impacted by this particular endeavor. So a lot of times what happens is, in a special permit, the applicant is required to send out notice to surrounding property owners within 500 feet. I don't think anybody, I could be wrong, Mike might be able to correct me. I don't think anybody in the adjoining associations received a copy of that notification. That's my thought. I could be wrong. But that's just one aspect of it. The other aspect that would be the area we would be looking at is the interest clearly distinguishable from that of the general public. And so in this particular case, this organization made up of a number of associations that surround this particular property are clearly distinguishable from the general public in the fact that they are impacted by the particular actions that are occurring on this property. So from that standpoint, the planning department agrees that they would be allowed to stand. We have no objection.
Mahalo. So getting back to it, two options on the table for us now. One is to make a motion on the request for standing. Number two, if planning commissioners feel like additional consultation is needed, we can make a motion for executive session to discuss with our attorneys if that's something that you think is appropriate.
I'm comfortable with the motion to address standing.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, anybody can make that motion.
Go ahead. I move that the petition be granted. Based on the record, petitioner has established the criteria for standing, namely that their interest is clearly distinguishable from that of the general public, and or that even though, well, yes, that, sorry. And that's it.
Okay.
A second.
Okay, have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed with roll call vote.
Commissioner Knowles,
Aye.
Commissioner Canova.
Aye.
Commissioner Dela Cruz.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, I skipped you.
It's okay.
Vice Chair DeFranco. Aye. And Chair Matusek.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. You'll be notified of the decision in writing. Okay. We'll keep going. We'll take up the next two agenda items, the unfinished business together. Item 5, applicant is Hawaii One Investors LLC, formerly Kona Heights LLC, PL-REZ-2022-00000014, amend REZ-07-075.
Chair, sorry. Take a 2-minute break to get some of that done.
You bet. Okay, we'll do a 2-minute recess. District. The property is located in the south end of Naniloa Street, adjacent to White Sands Beach Estates and Keoho View Estates subdivisions. Hohoe first and Kapala'alaya second, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 77008-121 parcel. And same applicant, Hawaii One Investors, PL-SMA-2022-000012, amend SMA 07-24, application for a 5-year time extension to condition 4 time to secure final subdivision approval of SMA permit number 07-024, which was approved to allow the development of 65 lot single-family residential subdivision and related improvements. The property is located at the south end of Naniloa, same place. Same place. This is a continued hearing. The first hearing on April 21st, 2022. The commission voted to continue the matter until the Cultural Resource Commission had the opportunity to review the applications. We received a response letter from the Cultural Resource Commission dated June 16, 2022, recommending that the developer perform additional consultations with lineal and cultural descendants from the proposed parcel and neighboring Ahupua'a. Staff, Christian, is there anything that the planning department would like to add at this time?
No, actually, you just did my job. I was just going to give you a brief chronology since the last meeting. So outside of additional public testimony, about 58 additional pieces of public testimony.
Okay. At this time, we can open up the floor to public testimony. Is the Zoom still running?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody on Zoom that wants to testify on this particular agenda item?
Yes, we have 3 testifiers.
Okay.
On to Harvey, would you like to start?
Yes, good afternoon. This is Antu Harvey from Holualoa, and I do not support any extensions. We should not be on autopilot and apply rules and policies in place for 10 or 20 years ago when we now know they clearly don't meet our present and future needs for our people, culture, and Aina. The land development is for investment and profit. Delays carry business risk that the ground rules and goals will move. Please don't grant grandfathering extensions. Start over. I previously testified on this matter. Other testifiers like Auntie Simi speak far better about the cultural, historic, public safety, and livability concerns. Today, I'd like you to consider an additional reason to reconsider this application as designed. It's about the county's fiscal irresponsibility to this and other cul-de-sac subdivisions imposed on our taxpayers. Growth should be incremental and solvent. This development is going to create too many unfunded maintenance obligations going forward. It will add 65 houses on 7,500 square foot lots. Low density suburban living requires more miles of roads, sidewalks, water mains, sewer mains, electrical lines, stormwater systems than they will ever pay for in tax revenue and service fees, meaning it is not solvent. It will ultimately bankrupt us. The most obvious burden is the imposition on our roads that all these vehicle-dependent developments required to connect people to any destination. No jurisdiction has been able to expand their roads to meet the growing demand these monolithic, sprawling housing developments require. We cannot support what we have already allowed to be built, let alone continue to infill more and more until all the vacant land between the ocean and upper roads is completed and expect a miracle to resolve the exponential increase in traffic. We need to follow the KCDP strategy of TOD villages with compact development and mixed use surrounded by large tracts of open space resources that aren't a burden on infrastructure and cost to the taxpayers. We cannot continue these piecemeal sprawl developments and expect to build our way out of our deferred infrastructure issues and revenue expense imbalance. Please take the fiscally responsible action. Do not extend these permits, especially not until the infrastructure is brought up to meet current needs. Mahalo nui loa.
Mahalo. And is there any other?
Yes, next we have Janet Matlock.
Okay.
Aloha. I would like to first echo the mahalo of Antu Harvey for being able to engage with this civic process remotely. to be able to engage in person and in writing. The only piece that seems to be missing is the ability to read the full written testimony of others. And so I look forward to being able to access that information online, hopefully for this meeting and in the future. So mahalo for that. There are so many reasons to oppose this attempt to resurrect this expired application. And you've heard quite a few of them today already, ranging from the global aspects of climate change, development runoff, the impact to ocean health, utilization of a bond to put the potential work or cleanup on the county, issues of traffic, issues of tsunami evacuation, issues of the lack of local affordable housing, and just throwing credits and trading credits, and we know how that's gone. Issues of drought, sewer hookup, water hookup, and the disruption of lives and livelihoods of neighbors. So consider all of those granularly reiterated here. Having sit through this all day with you, I'd like to reflect on a couple of items that were touched on by Land Planning Hawaii's representative, John Pippin. While Mr. Pippin is not the applicant's representative in this particular application, this company is involved with 2 parcels Malka, so his comments that he made today are relevant here. Mr. Pippin stated that the Kalakahe sewage treatment plant system is, and I quote his words as closely as I could, quote, aging, undeveloped sewer system. And he indicated his belief that it is risky to be putting our whole faith in that. And that was just for 11 lots. Yet this Naniloa development is at 62 lots, and the ones Malka, one that he represents, is at 45, and another one farther up that he represents is probably going to be between, I don't know, 3-5, it's not exactly sure. And in between that, there's another couple of lots that will be in that same thing when the dominoes fall, which hopefully they will not. So Mr. Pippin also reflected on the emotional impact of hearing all the strong voices we heard pleading for respect for iwi, for our ancestors, and for Kanaka Maoli today and in the future. And to all of us who really do consider ourselves allies and lovers of this island. He said he was reading a book on the topic of, if I heard him correctly, solstice trauma. Trauma is something I know a little bit about. I am a practicing marriage and family therapist. I'm licensed in the state of California and the state of Hawaii, and have been since 2011. I'm a certified thanatologist, and thanatology is the study of death and dying. While I'm not familiar with the term solstice trauma in the way he defined it, I can testify very loudly that intergenerational trauma is real, is extraordinarily painful, and it is ongoing. So I think today you have been given an extraordinary gift to take steps to begin a piece in the healing of the trauma you heard so clearly this morning. You have the opportunity to say that now we know better. This type of destruction of so much richness in archaeological, cultural, and ongoing, just all of our kuleana. You can stop it here now. You can say no. And I encourage you to do that. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo.
Our last testifier is Shannon Rudolph.
Aloha. I hadn't planned to testify on the Bolton item, but I have testified on that before in the beginning. And I'd just like to say that I oppose that that item. I guess it's item number 2. I'm opposed. I live in Holualoa.
That item has already been completed. Would you like to make a comment on items 5 or 6?
Yes, both.
Go ahead.
Okay, the SMA permit expired in 2019. I don't think we should keep giving extensions. Isn't this like the 3rd extension? And I'm concerned about a drainage extension for the same reason. Maybe they need to start over on those permits if they're old. Also, I'm concerned about having you vote on either of these items before the cultural community discussion is held. I think you'll be getting incomplete information if you vote before that happens. So maybe you should delay this. And I've been testifying on big projects on Ali'i Drive for decades. And all the problems remain the same. There's already a terrible problem with traffic on Ali'i Drive. And I'm under the understanding that they did the traffic study during COVID when there were no visitors here. So that's a problem. I'm also concerned about the traffic as far as evacuation zones go, and not enough connecting roads to get out of there, because I got stuck in the last one and was stuck on Ali'i Drive for, I can't even remember how long, at least an hour or so, trying to get out, but it was at a standstill. And that was quite a while ago, and there's more traffic now. And the infrastructure just can't handle any more big developments down on Ali'i Drive. And I'll reiterate the other problems that other people have: the sewer, the runoff into the ocean, the ocean health, climate change, more big houses without any kind of affordable housing. Let's see, and even our visitors are complaining, saying they won't be back because it's too crowded. So I hope that you will deny both of these, both items 5 and 6. It's the same problem with any development that's going on down there until the sewers get fixed, until there's some kind of setback for climate change, until there's some kind of traffic mitigation. Adding to the problems are just, it's crazy. For those of you that don't live in Kona, you don't understand what people are going through when they're trying to fight traffic to get to work, when they need to evacuate. It's terrible down there, even when there's no visitors here. So please deny both 5 and 6. Thank you. Aloha.
Mahalo. The last testifier on our list, Lamaku Lauren Roy. Mahalo, she just walked out. What's that?
I would like to testify.
Please. Would you please raise your hand? Thank you. Would you swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the planning commission?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and the town you live in.
Name is Amelia Parrish. I live in Kalamazoo Estates. On February 16th, I was on my way to take my son to the airport. There was a fire right off the highway. There was a helicopter around, but no fire engines were in sight. On my way home, I tried to come back on the highway. It was closed. I tried to get to Kuakini. It was closed. So my only way home was Ali'i, because there are no alternative routes. I sat on Ali'i Drive for 2.5 hours trying to get home. It was gridlocked both ways. Thank God I had something to drink, and thank God I didn't have to go to the bathroom. It would have been a nightmare. I have a friend that lives off of Kuakini who wasn't even able to get home that night with her grandson. Not till 9, 10 o'clock that night. There was no access. We need to do something with infrastructure before another development is approved here. It's ridiculous what's going on with the traffic. It's a nightmare. And what was done since the last tsunami? Nothing. All the roads are exactly the same. Nothing's been done to alleviate it. And the problem with these developments is that they all have one way in and one way out. There's nothing connecting the different neighborhoods because they all end with cul-de-sacs. The developers need to be made to open up these roads
and to have less profit, and not having so many houses built. Leave it open so that in the future, these developments will connect and not all end in cul-de-sacs with one way in and out. It's a hazard. And like with La'aloa, it wasn't opened up till how many years after the development was done? It's crazy. We need to build roads before we continue with the developments. Like any other place in the world, you put in your infrastructure and then you build. Here, it's the other way around, and it's insane what's going on. Queen Kalama is a blind intersection. If you try to make a left or right-hand turn onto Ali'i Drive, you can't see either way. And you want to add another at least 200 cars to have to deal with this problem? It's crazy. Queen Kalama is also a very narrow road, and it can barely accommodate the traffic that's there now. There are no sidewalks, and it's the same thing for Naniloa. There's no way that they can accommodate this type of traffic that's going to be happening there. It's craziness to think that it's all going to work out. It's not. And the same thing is happening here. It's all ending in cul-de-sacs. There's nothing connecting to anything. There's going to be one way in and out of here. It's crazy. It's unsafe. We are at least 10 years behind in infrastructure here on this island. And nothing's been done to improve anything in years. So we need to stop approving these developments until we get our infrastructure together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Lamaku? Aloha. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the Planning Commission?
Absolutely.
Mahalo. Please state your name and the town you live in and proceed with your testimony.
Lamaku Lauren Kahala Roy is my name. I live in Kahalu. Hello. Commissioners, please receive this edition that is more explicit in color, where I want to highlight these words in my testimony today, which I'll begin now. Receive this testimony for the ages of mankind, relating to the lands of the ages of Oiwi and mankind. I am Lamakumi Kahalaroi of Ahu'emeheau and Kamakohonu, Hawaii, the first capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, unified by Kamo'i Kamehameha the Great. Ahu'emeheau was restored in the mid-70s. Ahu'emeheau is the first restored temple of worship of Oiwi in Hawaii, the Pacific, and the world. By decree of Akua, the Kauoha o ke Akua was created in service to Akua at Ahu'emeheau Kamakohonu. This Kauoha, or order, command, is named Na Mamako Kalama. It means that I am one of two who are chosen to uphold the highest light of Most High God, Akua Manamanaloa at Kamakohonu. The other chosen one is Kahu Ali'iwimo'i King Edmund K. Paki Silva Jr. of the Kingdom of Hawaii no ke Akua ki Upuni o Hawaii. The Kingdom of Hawaii is restored by Akua at Ahu'emeheau Kamakohonu. By Akua, the Kingdom of Hawaii has a long spiritual ancestry that keeps all its members unified. received the attached letter dated March 3rd, 2021, from myself to the members of the Hawaii State Legislature. Here find sacred spiritual conveyances of the ancestors of Oiwi, who uphold the highest light of Akua Manamanaloa at Ahuenaheau Kamakohunu. By these sacred words of light, let it be known that all of the Ahupua, Kapala Alaya, Pahoehoi, La'aloa, all Ahupua, from Kaloko in the north to Hononau in the south, are identified by the ancestors of Oiwi as the repository of the sacred lands of Akua. These lands and all lands of the Kingdom of Hawaii are here and now reclaimed by Akua. In the chosen ruler of Akua, Ali'inui Mo'i, Edmund Kili'ipaki Silva Jr., Kahu, Ahuenaheau. You seek approval of the county, Hawaii 1, LLC, with agreement from the state and federal leadership for this project. Where is your approval from Akua? In the Kingdom of Hawaii, no ke Akua, ke Puni o Hawaii. Simply said, magnanimously extended to the ends of the earth, extended spiritually, is this statement and this statement of record today for the commission, Leeward Planning Commission, entertaining an application from Hawaii 1 LLC. I hope all of you make your time in your day to read these material I submitted with my testimony. Can I see a show of hands to ask if any of you have glanced over it yet? Thank you. It's one of those documents that, you know, it's best to secure some time. You could read it over a period of months and still need more time, for it speaks to you spiritually. And it's the kind of thing where time is appreciated and space when you read it. So I'm thankful for the ones who have raised their hands to look at this, because this was sent to the legislature last year. And it's self-explanatory. All of the information is there present. Are there any questions? I really am sad to hear that, because we are now in the realm of spirit, and you should have questions, because we are all human beings and we are all spiritual beings. You should have questions for me.
I have a question. I know you to be often involved as a lineal and cultural descendant in projects such as this. Have you completed the process for recognition on this property?
The care of the lands races along, Mr. Vitusik, so quickly that often does the fulfilling of the material requirements of the law under the state interfere with the protection.
May I rephrase that? I'm sorry. Are you a lineal and cultural descendant to the property?
Absolutely.
Mahalo. Mahalo.
Absolutely.
Have you been consulted with any of that?
No. No, and many of you may have seen, perhaps you've seen this letter to the legislature. If you have, it is well worth placing your very important time there, because this is a look at the future. It begins as a result of this day, of this occasion, when someone is applying again for these cherished lands. Now begins the hearing of this testimony of work that has been well underway for years. And I'm prepared to provide any addresses that you may desire for the kingdom.
But this is the news that you need to be alert to. This is alive by Akua. And that, my dear friends, is real. This is alive and this is now proclaimed. In red, please keep your copy. These lands, Kapala Alaya, the lands from Kaloko in the north, now in the south, have been identified as the repository lands of sacred character, sacredness of Akua. Akua. This was so important to be stated by the ancestors themselves, and how fortunate you all are to read that, as well as the legislature. That these lands are reclaimed, and all of the lands of Hawaii are reclaimed by Akua, by this exclamation. So again, I say, to have the proper, any addresses that you will need for the kingdom, I'm here to provide that for you, but you should have questions. Mr. Kern, any of you, Mr. Vitusik, a man who's worked with history for many years. Now, this is what they call living history. And this is the meeting of the tires and the road. Here it is, something that we all live in Hawaii. We are all a part of the living history, but some of us come from the very beginnings. And I'm so grateful to see Mr. Kanuhe here. And thank you for reading this. Because I'm told by the ancestors that when you need to be reignited in your readiness for prayer, read it again, because the words are fully flowing with spirit at any time. And anytime you pick it up, you will feel a wonderful sensation of lightness, of positivity. This, my friends, is what we are calling for on the earth. Here in Hawaii, the breath, the light of Most High God. This is what is cherished here. This is what the ancestors are prepared to teach. They asked me to teach, and I have begun. But in the meantime, this comes up, this must be answered. It is no, and do check, do ask the kingdom, because there is an address by Akua.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe that is the last of our public testifiers. Could someone make a motion to close public testimony for this agenda item? Moved by Vice Chair DeFranco. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Kanuha. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, could the applicant please come forward? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the planning commission? Yes. Mahalo. Okay, please state your name, the town you live in, and proceed.
Ken Membergen, Kaloko.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Darren Orai. I'm a land use planning consultant here assisting the applicant Hawaii One investors. Mr. Van Bergen already introduced himself. He's a consultant to the applicant. We also have two additional consultants helping the consultants sitting behind me. One of them is Mr. Sidney Fuke in the back, who resides in Hilo, and also Mr. Dr. Alan Hahn, who's an archaeologist, consulting archaeologist for the project. Anyway, we know it's been a long day. We appreciate the time and service. So I'll try to be as concise as possible. At the direction of the Leeward Planning Commission at our April meeting, we did meet with the Cultural Resources Commission. It was a very engaging discussion, and their recommendations and the record itself is before all of you for your consideration. And with that said, the applicant does accept the recommendation of the Cultural Resource Commission to seek out further consultation with the legal descendants from the land and the adjoining property to the south. With that, we have prepared a proposed condition for your consideration that we hope can be included as part of the planning director's recommended conditions of approval for the proposed amendment request. I'll wait for it to be distributed, sorry. Again, briefly, the condition that we are looking at states that with the input of the County Cultural Resources Commission, the applicant shall form a cultural advisory group or CAG consisting of, but not limited to, lineal and cultural descendants from the proposed parcel and neighboring Ahupua'a to provide consultation during the planning and implementation phases of this project. The CAG shall be in place within 60 days of final approval of the rezoning time extension. The applicant shall provide a report of the activities of the CAG in conjunction with the annual report requirement of the rezoning ordinance. So that, as a condition, will hold the applicant to standing up this advisory group that will help guide the design of the project going forward. With that said, I kind of wanted to take a step back and kind of re-present ourselves as we sit here today. And I wish to do that by basically asking two fundamental questions. Has the project checked all of the proper regulatory boxes? And by checking those boxes, have we adequately addressed the concerns of the general public and the reviewing agencies? And I believe the applicant can affirm both of those questions. I will briefly go over why we feel that we have checked all those regulatory boxes. For example, regarding the SMA criteria and guidelines, has those criteria and guidelines for the SMA use permit changed since the initial approval of the SMA permit back in 2009? And the answer is no. More specifically, for archaeological and cultural and environmental, an archaeological inventory survey was prepared, as well as a cultural impact assessment that was done both in 2006. The data recovery plan and burial treatment plan was prepared and ultimately approved by SHPE in 2017. The applicant did follow all the archaeological protocols, including basically completing 5 of the 6 historical preservation review steps required by the state of Hawaii. And the condition that we presented to you also is a commitment to go up and beyond the requirements of the State Historic Preservation Division. Regarding flora and fauna resources, there are none. An biological survey was conducted of the property. Regarding coastal water impact, the project itself will connect to county sewer, and which is required by Planning Director Condition L. A non-point discharge NPDES requirement to address pollutants from surface runoff into coastal waters is required as per our director's proposed condition. And as far as recreational resources, the project site itself is not located adjacent to the shoreline, nor is it an impediment to existing or proposed coastal accesses in the area. And on that note, the applicant is also working to provide, as required by Condition C, and a 3-acre neighborhood public park in the vicinity of Lahaloa. And that will basically add to the non-coastal recreational resources within this particular area of Kona. As far as zoning considerations are concerned, the general plan has not changed. It still remains low density urban as it was back in 2009. The project as a single family residential development is consistent with our general plan designation, Kona Community Development Plan. Likewise, no change. The project remains within the Kona urban area and is considered an infill development. And that was confirmed in the planning director's assessment and recommendation. As far as the zoning ordinance and concurrency requirements, there are civil defense sirens within proximity of the project site. Traffic impact analysis was done, and the applicant will abide by the mitigating requirements. And those are prescribed by conditions F, G, H, and I within the proposed conditions of approval recommended by the director. And finally, regarding water, water is still available and committed to the property. And the applicant, per the condition D, will comply with these standards as far as water, design for water availability. So again, the bottom line is, does this project check all of those regulatory boxes? And we believe it does. Now, as far as the comments from the general public regarding traffic, unfortunately, that is a consequence of infill development, where you try to focus development within a specific area. There will be added traffic in that particular area, but with proper mitigation required by the TIR and applicant's contribution in the matter of fair share contributions to traffic improvements, we believe the applicant has basically provided its fair share. Regarding nature of housing, is this project designed for outsiders? The answer is no. There will be an affordable housing requirement that will be made, that is a condition within the conditions of approval. Short-term vacation rentals are not allowed in a project like this. And again, the project is trying to create basically a community, a new community within this particular area of Kona. Finally, I kind of want to focus on performance, because this is what it's really about, right? The conditions prescribed are certain timeframes for which the project is to be completed. The applicant was not able to satisfy that particular requirement. But it doesn't mean that since the landowners, since the applicant's acquisition of the property in 2013, that absolutely nothing was done. A lot was accomplished in that particular time period, including completion of archaeological studies and subsequent mitigation plans, design and secured approvals of the various subdivision infrastructure plans, prepared an environmental assessment, and did some preliminary design work for the 3-acre neighborhood park in Lahaloa. The applicant has demonstrated over the years that it is committed toward completing this project, where it could have simply flipped the property many years ago and not done anything. But I think we've demonstrated quite well that a lot of resources have been committed by the applicant to try to get this subdivision designed, constructed, and approved. The only failure I could say of the applicant is they simply did not meet the February 9th, 2019 deadline. Every other condition of approval, both within the estimate permit and the change of zone ordinance, was complied with. So with that, we hope that the single failure should not result in what we feel is an excessively punitive action upon the applicant. So with that being said, we hope for favorable consideration of the amendment request.
Any questions from commissioners?
I have two. First one is regarding, Mr. Hahn here. How come no descendants that come from that area were contacted in the very beginning? And also two, what was the excuse and how come the applicant isn't here in process because of that SMA, like you said, in 2019? Moving forward for anyone, say one of us we want to do a building project. Our permit expires, we have to reapply. We can't change it and get an existing condition and say, oh, we're gonna get another time extension on it. There's ways of doing it, but I just want to know what held them back to be accomplished every single thing on that checklist besides coming back in 2019. I'm just curious, what was the excuse?
When you say coming back in 2019.
Obviously the SMA was coming up. How come the extension wasn't filed previously to it just being kind of expired? It's been a few years now. Obviously we had COVID, what was going on? But I'm just curious of, that was Mr. Wright just brought it up on his last statement that he made. Why did the applicant not pursue that in the very beginning if he did everything else in the checklist?
Up until February of 2019, we thought this project was go. I mean, there was an enormous amount of work, working extremely closely with Jeff, the planning department, and public works, wastewater, all the agencies involved. We had our final construction plans signed off in the fall, and the only criteria was the housing requirement, and that got stuck with current housing director at the time. And I think Malia, it might have been, were you the council then for housing? Yeah. And there was a delay. And unfortunately, timing wise, the funds that were committed had a deadline as well. And we just missed it by a matter of weeks. So up until the very end, we thought the project was going to go because the approvals were there, but we just couldn't quite get over the finish line. Since then, COVID hit. So a lot of people took a step back and reevaluate the other projects that the client has. But then he hired Mr. Arai and Mr. Fugeda to jumpstart this, and that was well over a year ago. Was that almost 2 years ago? It was quite a while ago. And it's just a process, and they want to do it right. They're not here to make any shortcuts. They just want to build some homes and meet the criterias, and that's what we're here asking for extension.
And then that first question, I know obviously since SHPD was they were gone through everything in the ARC report. The lineal and cultural descendants, which there are on the Alcoa, I know for a fact. I sat on the burial council with my father. I've seen many things come up. How come nobody was notified? Or Miss Roy just said nobody was ever spoken to about it, especially with this project just having any cultural concern of what was there.
All I'll say is when I got involved in the project in 2017, I was involved earlier with the park. That was a huge county benefit. The SHPD was already done many years ago in the cultural resource consultation and the document back in 2009. So I'll let Darren, maybe Alan speak to that.
And Dr. Hunt is available, but at the same time, as part of the cultural impact assessment,
yes,
there was effort to reach out to descendants in the area, and some of them were interviewed. Then also as part of the process, there was notification in various statewide publications, the Advertiser, for example, Kamayo, and basically saying, seeking out.
Yeah, would it be okay if he?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Please step forward. Would you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth on the matter before the planning commission. Mahalo. Please state your name and town you live in.
My name is Alan Vaughn.
Do much better, yeah. Same thing.
did the original inventory survey and subsequent data recovery work. We also did a burial treatment plan for this project. And as part of the preparation for the burial treatment plan, we run legal notices, Kalwai, West White today, Star Bulletin, and didn't get any responses from those. Another firm had done a burial treatment plan for the Leeward parcel, and one individual had been identified through their process, and we provided that individual with a copy of this plan when it was being drafted. This response, or the lack thereof, was conveyed to the burial council. We met with the burial council 4 times. One of the times there was no quorum, 4 times total. And when there are no responses to those ads, normally the council members step things up a notch and act really on behalf of potential descendants. And there were extended discussion of the treatment plan in these council meetings, and a number of people, all of which, at least the cultural descendants, spoke up and provided input during the meetings, as well as the council members. And the plan evolved with input from those individuals. Ultimately, the plan was reviewed and approved. And as was pointed out, this was the cultural impact assessment effort was a separate project with another consultant that also sought to identify individuals and did in fact discuss with a number of individuals.
As a follow-up, have you reviewed the cultural impact assessment?
Not in the last.
Continue, please.
You answered that question.
With respect to your proposed condition, how do you intend to convene this cultural advisory group, and who would be responsible for doing that, and how do you identify the members of this committee?
Well, we are trying to, we'll seek guidance, obviously, from our Jaime Pono, I believe, was a consulting company, Maria Orr. She did the CIA. And then the establishment of this group was something that was also recommended and included within the CIA. So that's definitely who we will reach out to, I would imagine, to seek guidance on who to reach out to, who to contact, and help in standing it up.
This is more of a question for the planning department, I think, but I couldn't find the CIA in our background documents. Was that provided to us?
I'm trying to remember. I believe it was not submitted to us as part of the application. Darren and I, after the last meeting, spoke, and I believe that was the case. We had information about the CIA and what the findings were, but didn't have the actual document.
Right. The Cultural Resource Commission, I believe, was provided.
That's correct. Yes. That was, now I'm remembering. Yeah, that's why we were having that conversation, and we then made it available to the CRC to review.
Right. And my understanding from watching the CRC meeting was that they found it to be inadequate.
If I recall correctly, that's the case, and I believe that led to them voting for further consultation.
Right. And so my understanding in this, as it applies to the SMA permit component of this, is that we have to take into consideration the effect of the proposed project on traditional cultural practices that occur in the area prior to making a determination on any action that could lead to an effect within the SMA. And if we don't have that information and it's been determined to be inadequate, do we have enough information now to make that determination? Does the county feel like we have enough information?
I think I defer that question to our director.
Sure. In most SMA applications, we don't get a CIA. CIA is usually triggered when there's some type of PA or other elements. I believe with the archaeological work that was done, I believe they went, check many boxes. You would know more about this. That's your background. I believe that the condition that they're proposing would potentially bring that, which kind of what the CRC was feeling was lacking on that. So I believe it would do that. Based on the previous approval that was done, I do feel like we're comfortable moving forward with that. And again, a CIA is not standard for all SMA.
Not always, but the Kapakakai analysis of the SMA is bare minimum standard, correct?
Correct. Okay.
Would, with the existing CIA that was reviewed by the Cultural Resource Commission and determined to be, in their opinion, inadequate, from 2006, right? The document was prepared in 2006. And in the testimony, you stated that there's been no change on the property. How do we know that there's been no change if there's no evaluation of current cultural practices on the area?
Can you define change in cultural practice changes or like?
Right,
geography
what
changes?
the, I believe Mr. Arai said was that nothing has changed since the initial assessment. Regarding any, and my take on that is meaning that the conditions on the property, the use of the property, the traditional cultural practices on the property remain the same now in 2022 as they did in 2006. That's my assumption. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, let me frame it this way. The biological report did not find any endangered species, plants and animals. The cultural impact assessment did not specifically identify any resource within the property that provided for, like for gathering, right?
No, I believe that they
cultural
did.
practice.
I believe that in the cultural impact assessment, they did identify cultural resources that are valued, that can be utilized for traditional religious purposes, but they didn't identify whether there was any activity taking place on the property.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry if I misspoke, but yes, that is correct. And that, with that being said, and then obviously later, the property, when was it, 2018, and the property has been grubbed since then. So with the exception of areas like where the burial sites are located. So
Let me clarify, so there's one question. The burial area was being cleared with the monitor, construction fence put up, and then it was grubbed. All 11 acres with a monitor from John's office. So it was done in compliance with all protocols based on the burial plan.
and we can appreciate requirements, right? I mean, and the implications of making a decision without having the report. But in this particular case, I guess the reason for the condition was also in respect to the fact that the report was done in 2006. It was assessed by various decision makers at the county level, throughout the county level, all the way up to the county council. Based on those decisions and actions, the applicant proceeded with various actions related to the development of this subdivision. complying with all of the requirements that including doing additional studies offsite for like the La'aloa Park. All of these things were set into motion based on expectations and decision made back from 2006 to the decisions issued in 2009. So over do my math, and then the applicant secured the property in 2013, and now almost a decade later, just when they're this close to getting final subdivision approval, they lost the funding. And then they had to take a step back and say, where do we go from here? And then ultimately decided, the decision was, let's keep trying. And that's what brings us here today, which is why at the very end conclusion, we totally get the concerns about the adequacy of the cultural assessment, impact assessment. But it's not like it was never done. It was not something that was overlooked or disregarded. And there was this reliance on the people that we thought would review it and provide the proper.
And it may have been adequate for the time in 2006 when it was prepared, but the nature of the elapsed permit means that we have to evaluate the project based on existing conditions, not conditions in 2006. Had they gone through and gotten everything taken care of in time, we have no say here, we have no voice. But because we're back here on an elapsed permit requesting a time extension, we have to almost treat this as if it's a new project that's coming in, which is very common when we get these time extensions and we get up-to-date analysis of these issues, and whether it reaches the level of a cultural impact assessment or not, there's usually some indication that the conditions that are on the property today are actually the same as they were in 2008, or there's been change. Maybe given the amount of consultation with the Cultural Resource Committee, with the amount of people who are involved in traditional and cultural practices, maybe a different environment out there. There may be people doing things that weren't done in 2006. We don't know. And so it's hard for us to make an evaluation about that.
You say doing things, what are you referring to?
Well, as many of the cultural practitioners have suggested, that these sites could be used for religious purposes, for worship, for other, traditional cultural practices. There's a bunch of examples that people have talked about in the committee, the Cultural Resource Commission. There's a descendant access for religious purposes, for worshiping burial sites.
For cultural practices.
Yeah.
Is there culture? Yes. To my knowledge, there's been actually no cultural practices.
Well, we've heard extensive testimony over the last several meetings that people do view it as culturally significant in the community and are practicing, and that the wall in particular has religious significance to people.
The walls on parcel 1. Talk about that.
The area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there shouldn't be or couldn't be, but the property has not been used. I mean, before you grub it, you couldn't walk into it. It took almost 2.5 months just to clear the burial areas. You got to do it by hand with chainsaws. So if there was any practice going on, I don't know how they even access the property.
Heinous, excuse me, I have
Order.
to interrupt.
Sorry.
Because what you're testifying is wrongdoing and the
I
reason
think
why.
we can't, we have to maintain order for
Yes.
this. If you'd like a chance to respond, I'll give you a chance to respond.
I will.
But for
I
now,
will,
you have to
because
maintain
it's
order.
not
I
in
will
order.
I will give you an opportunity to respond.
This is
As
the
it stands.
examination that I was well expecting.
Mahalo. Mahalo. I will give you a chance to respond, but for now, we'll let
If
that.
I can just clarify, I'm not saying there shouldn't be,
Yeah.
couldn't be. I'm just saying there's been no observance by the
That
owners.
you know of.
Yeah, by the owners
Yes,
or
that you
the
know of.
representative. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, the
I
the owners are,
understand.
they're open to whatever's best for the community and whatever cultural practices should be. It's not they're against it. I'm just simply stating.
You're simply not aware of any at the time.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand. And I think that the issue being is that we've had, correct me, that there's been multiple public testimony indicating that there may be, or there is a desire to continue those practices. And my understanding is that the pass rights preserves not only the practice themselves, but the ability to conduct that practice. Now, I'm not saying that that's being infringed by the development. All I'm saying is I don't know. I don't think we've had that thorough analysis at this point. Commissioner Franklin.
I want to change the subject a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. Because, Mike is saying things have changed, from 2006 until now. And so what, the other point that people have brought up is traffic, right?
Yes.
And so when was the last time a traffic impact study, did you do a research one of how this would affect the traffic? And the other thing that people bring up is the tsunami, and I mean, those are all current concerns too, besides the cultural thing, which I think you're trying to address by this proposed condition, right? That's how you're trying to do the cultural thing. But the other concern that I hear from community is the traffic, the tsunami, the overuse of the road. Can you speak to that a little bit too?
I would just say that as far as the road goes, yes, there will be increased traffic on Leeward Drive. And we did do a second TIR as part of this application. But we are talking about a limited portion of Leeward Drive for 90% of the traffic. Because when you leave, if the subdivision does occur, it's a subdivision. Most of the time, if you're going to corner, you're going to go a very short distance, go a lot of law. Back in 2009, when the ordinance was passed, we didn't have a lot of law.
We didn't have law.
And Nani-Loa will allow you to cut over to a lot of law, and you can also go to Queen Palama up to Mcginnis, cut over to a lot of law. So there's different ways to get to a lot of law besides a Lee Drive, and it is a short distance.
Yeah. And in all of this, does a Lee bypass or Lee corridor road ever come up? Is that?
The property abuts the Lee bypass.
So if that road ever actually happened, it would alleviate a lot.
Yeah, it was built like it was supposed to be 14 years ago, that would be the access.
Right. And I'm not sure where that is. I know that there was a lot of talk about that, that I was included in months ago about looking at that and trying to move forward. I'm sure that's sort of a slow moving thing, but I might ask the planning director, how are we doing there?
I don't have a good update for you. I know it's being worked on. I know it's being looked at. I don't there's a desire to get it done. So I don't have an update for you.
Yeah, because I
I will
know
say
that.
but just to be clear, not the KO side of the parkway, but simply from the Wa'aloa to the subdivision, there's a very short part of the parkway, which my understanding was there was no burial issues in that section.
Yeah.
But that's where the top of this parcel is.
Yeah. And then my other question is to the park, that the La'aloa Park, what's happening with that? Did you build it, or is it assigned where you're going to build it, or what's happening with the park?
This is a brief summary, that's a whole discussion on its own.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I think I mentioned this when we were here last time. Why you want to own much, they own the parcel's Malka of this parcel. So the project initially was 200 something homes. And part of that project, they agreed to a 3-acre offsite park up to a half mile away.
Yeah.
Since that time, this is in the early 2000s, the project was shrunk. They sold those parcels off with this one 11-acre parcel. And even though the scope of the project shrunk from 200 plus homes, 250, I believe, down to 62, they agreed to keep the 3-acre commitment, which is a very large commitment because, several $1 million to build a park of this size. So I think it was 2014, give or take, the county acquired the YMCA parcel back, 62 acres.
Yeah.
And then worked with the applicant closely to develop a park plan that was approved by the parks and also approved by public, the plan was approved by Public Works. We actually have construction plans for that park. And that was part of the.
And where is it exactly located?
You go up Wa'aloa.
Yeah.
On the left-hand side.
Yeah.
There's an 11-acre, used to be 11-acre parcel.
Yeah.
Now the YMCA recently put in a walkabout. I don't know if you've seen that on top of Wa'aloa. Just below that, that's the top 4 acres. Below that, it's 6.2 acres. Just above the Elite Parkway easement.
Would be the park.
Yes, that would.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
For the record, again, I'm Sidney Fukan,
I firm again, and I'm the consultant to the consultant, so sitting down in the back and all that. So I'd like to just kind of share several of my thoughts, and I kind of had some preliminary discussions with them whispering in their ears. But I think that, Mr. Chair, you're correct in the sense that although this is a time extension, the time extension requirements require that you look at all the existing regulations and see whether it's, if you were to see this as a brand new project, whether you still meet the test. And so the application was kind of framed around that. And so what Mr. Arai was trying to point out, if I understand correctly, was just that if this were a brand new application, you look at the SMA guidelines, you look at the general plan for, like zone change, they still would meet the test. Notwithstanding, on the SLA portion, it's true. I really appreciate your comment about Kai and, like the implication for decision makers. And it's not our or like planning director's decision to determine whether the CIA is or is not adequate. It's really you guys. You guys are the decision makers. So if at the end of the day, if you feel that the CIA is inadequate, it has to be updated or whatever have you, then maybe there's really like no grounds from this purely from the Kai decision, no grounds for the commission to approve the request. And it really would, it doesn't bode well for the applicants. So, and I think in terms of the original CIA was done, that's true, back in 2006, like how the SHPD standards have changed, have evolved over time, likewise, perhaps like the CIA's, cultural impact assessment, the perspective changes too. And I think this was painfully made aware when we went before the Cultural Resources Commission, and all of the different people came about and testified and said, like, they didn't consult us. And so, we were painfully made aware of that. So that's the reason why, like, we sat down and figured, like, how can we address the Cultural Resources Commission? That's the reason why we came up with this kind of condition. So basically having, creating a separate opportunity for the, for lineal descendants and others to weigh in on the project during the planning and implementation phases of the project. Nonetheless, if the commission so desires, like an updated CIA, to be able to make a reasonable decision, relative to that aspect, then that's your prerogative. And so, but just, we have already reached out, regardless of this, we have already reached out to the former, to the person who did the initial CIA. We've already reached out to that person to see whether she would be in a position to do an updated CIA. Relative to your, that's on the cultural portion. And I realized that, just hearing and all these conversations about the importance of whether it's this parcel or the parcel immediately on the Makai side of the Bukini Wall, the historical significance, the potential historical cultural significance. If the community sincerely believes that this is a very, very important parcel, like I think Ms. White referred to like Oguenahale, at one point in time it's private, the county, eventually bought it. Now you have Ponzi's fund. So it's an opportunity for the county council, if with the community's blessing, to say that this is a very important parcel, and I think it should be number one or number two on the priority list and set aside the funds. I mean, that's what the charter created, this whole Ponzi concept. But so that's an alternative. I kind of want to respond very briefly to the question about the evacuation. I think that if you just sit back and really think about it, oh yes, okay, it is a concern on evacuation along Lavi Tribe. I think that whenever you have a need for evacuation, you're always going to have a traffic issue. Whether it's a fire or whether it's like a tsunami, even an earthquake, you're going to have it. The question is like whether, what is the, I think the level of threat, So if you have like on a tsunami portion, for example, I'm just kind of thinking about it, driving over this morning with Darren. So, if you have, what is the level of threat of a tsunami? If this property were within a tsunami zone, like just, Makai of the Ali Drive, just immediately Mauka, then you're going to have to worry about getting out there, especially if you have a locally generated tsunami. If you have a tsunami that's generated in the oceans or Chile, you have, with this early warning system, you have the opportunity to get out of there reasonably. It might take time, but you have the opportunity to get out of there. So I think that, you know, like when you look at the project, you know, I appreciated you asking that question, Commissioner DeFranco, because you mentioned about Dali Parkway. And I think this is where, you remember we were talking about the last time extension in Caloocan Malta. The county has like about $750,000 or $800,000, and it belongs to this, you know, it's a state highway, and nobody wants to make any kind of improvements. Well, this project, if it realizes, will contribute like about $1 million in 65 times 15,000, roughly about $1 million. Just looking about $1 million in fair share impact fee. What's to stop then for the council or whoever to, you know, for the commission? Well, ultimately, the decision being that your fair share shall be used to design and implement in even an interim evacuation system. From this property, going, if you look at the map, from this property, using the Ali Parkway to get to La'aloa is a short leg. Nobody says you need to have like a 4-lane highway. Evacuation route, same thing like what we have down in Hilo in the Kyokanai area. All you need is evacuation route. Now, why can't those funds be used to kind of help implement that? You don't have to have the deluxe version, not for evacuation. And those are my comments. And so,
just a follow-up question. The fair share, is that in addition to the park, or is the park eating up the majority of that fair share?
No, it's separate. So there's road fair share, education, police, fire, all the normal fair. Plus, there's actually a bonus.
So the park fair share is eaten up by the park,
Correct.
but the rest of it goes into the pot.
It has to, because the park eat up 10 times.
Yes. So like, I'm not really sure on that, but you know, hypothetically, if it were secure, then you would have like $15,000, of which $5,000 would be set aside, you know, for the park fees. So $10,000 would be for solid waste, police, fire, and roadway. Like what we did on the Caloocan situation, all of the fair share funds were just collapsed into only the road to address the Caloocan Mamalua IBC. I see. Thank you.
If you want an example of that fire access, Lee Heights, which is a very nearby subdivision just above this proposed, just above Hale Estates. They actually had one at the very top that connected to, before Lot Low was built, they put this little driveway, basically one load that connected, and that's what was used.
Pulco as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's many of them.
Yeah, Pulco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Mainly for Commissioner Kunal, but for all of you. You know, I've gotten to know these owners very closely over the last 3-4 years. From friends, and they're not, yes, they're developers by trade, but they also have strong faith, which you call cool God. And they're not here to be greedy developers. They will accommodate whatever is reasonable to allow Hawaiian practitioner. They're community based. They're not looking to cut corners. We're here because we followed all the rules. There was no rules that were trying to be shortcutted. And if there's more CIA work that has to be done or whatever, they're open to working with whoever to get that done. So
that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, would you mind telling us about the developer and previous projects that they've done and examples of successful projects that they've done here? Or
I can't go into a lot of detail, like the projects on the mainland. I know their names. I've seen pictures. I haven't actually visited them. I can briefly tell you. I don't go into too much detail if you want to know. I first met them when I was deputy director of parks because of the park project. American, you know, asked me to work on this because first I lived in Lot Low, I was very familiar with it, but and so I met Mr. Manzi originally in 2013-14, specifically on the park, and that was quite a project in its own because at that time the YMCA still owned the land, and we had to get it, the county had to get it back and it kind of subdivided. There's a lot of processes goes. And so I've seen pictures and I'm familiar with some of the work they've done in California. But I can't give a lot of details into the numbers of success. But if you'd like to see some current projects that they're working on or some things that they've completed, I can get that information.
I think that was something we asked last time. Also,
I think you're thinking of the other extension we worked on.
was it?
Yeah. With
It's all the
Spring
same
Capital.
people.
These are different, those are different.
But so you were here for that, right? So what has been?
He was on screen.
Yeah.
It's up in the order.
Yeah, man, that's.
Yeah, so we asked them for some more examples to come before this time of projects that they worked on. We asked that.
Okay, no, I knew I missed that, so we apologize.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about this development plan? What price point they're trying to hit? Is it going to be a built product?
Yes. So the back in 2019, 18, basically, 2017, 18, we're rushing to get all the boxes checked. We changed the subdivision instead of having one 62 lot subdivision, we were going to phase it. So what was actually got approved in 2019 and construction plans approved by DPW was an 18 lot phase one. So what's actually been approved is the 18 lots plus the 2 burials, reservations, a 5,000 square foot park, and then an open space park, or parcel, excuse me, that would be used for phase 2 to be 44 homes. It is a PUD, so it's an RS75 subdivision, but Michael Reed did a PUD, which allows you to move things around. And so the lots are actually a little bit smaller because there's a lot of open space. And I don't know if you've seen the actual, you have to get that too, but they come off not any lower or up PUD line, which is a new street, the 18 homes at the bottom, and then at the top would be the 44 phase 2 parcels. So homes, the lots are, I think they range from 45 to 6,500 square feet. Correctly, homes would be they would be very large, big homes because the parcels aren't real big. It was more to match the community, the KO view, the Lee Heights, more of your standard local subdivision, not like a resort, a bigger.
I believe that in our last meeting, one of the developers said, or in the previous meeting where you presented, one of the developers said $750,000 had been their original price point for the houses, but that the market, my recollection.
Yeah, so back in 2019 or so, I think it was a range between like 650 and 8, with an average of 750, back in that range. So look, obviously the market's changed since then, and it's still changing. Now it's starting to cool off quite a bit. Who knows where that's going to go?
And then would you take us through the affordable housing component of this and how the affordable housing conditions would be satisfied?
Well, obviously, we're gonna have to go back to the Office of Housing and Community Development to make sure that the credits that's going to be utilized to satisfy the affordable housing requirements are still valid and can be applied to satisfy the obligations of the applicant.
I've seen the skepticism expressed by many of the testifiers today, given the corruption that was exposed, and I understand the concern definitely. And to me, as not an expert in the affordable housing credit process, it's a lot to digest, right? Trying to understand how that translates to houses for regular people to live in. And so far the answer has been that it doesn't. And so I would ask of you guys, if there's a way of looking at something outside of the box that would allow for a component of this project to not necessarily be an affordable housing per regulatory definition, but to be attainable to median income family homes, so that some of these homes could be available for median income families, and some of them would be sold at market rate. If that is an option that could be considered. And, since we're just kicking around ideas, the possibility of putting a restrictive covenant on a portion of the homes that would prohibit resale for a period of time, be it 10 years, be it 15 years, so that it's being sold to a family who intends to live here and not intend to flip it for profit. And it doesn't have to apply to all of them by any means, but if there's a way of trying to put conditions in place that make it less appealing to, predatory real estate practices and more appealing to people who just want a place to live. If we could explore that possibility, I think that would be really, really awesome.
I don't have the authority to give that answer. We'd have to talk to the owners.
Understood.
But I think that at this point, knowing them as they do, they're open. The park is quite a financial consideration. It made this project extremely tight. It's really hard to give that kind of public gift.
Yeah.
With nothing in return.
Yeah, understood.
And so I know the affordable housing is a huge issue, more so today than 3-4 years ago, definitely more than 10 years ago. And it's not going to get better until we have inventory and other things, but I think they're open. It's just a lot of times comes down to finances and what can work. But besides Chapter 11 and besides the housing credits, there's really no avenues of code, so it'd have to be something.
Something weird, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure that would
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I love kicking around ideas with you. It's so fun, but I think specifically, when they gave us their last presentation, when we went through the whole thing, I think what we asked them to come back with was really a lot to do with the cultural oversight and to make sure that it was going to come up to date with what people wanted. Did we put any other conditions on them, or do you remember?
We made other requests for information.
For information of
Yeah.
other projects they had done.
And I believe we looked for more information on the affordable housing component as well, about what credits are satisfied. And I don't remember everything. We'd have to look at the minutes, but the way I see it, while we're still reviewing something, we're able to look at all the aspects of it. We're not limited to our previous. At this point, are there any other questions from commissioners? Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't catch your name. Alan. Did you mention something? I don't know if I heard you correctly. You guys did some study and then put it on the news bulletin or something of some sort, and they were in some support or something. Was there any study?
Part of the preparation of a burial treatment plan. One of the required components of it is a search for cultural and lineal descendants. And part of that has to be running public notices in at least one newspaper of statewide circulation, one of local circulation, West White today, and then optionally Kauai-Ola, having a notice placed in that periodical, and all of those things were done as part of the burial treatment plan process.
Okay. You mentioned that there are people that spoke up.
No one responded to the ads for us. Someone had responded to the ads run for the adjacent parcel. And as I said, we supplied that person with a draft of this plan, as well as as part of the meeting process, other people who are likely cultural descendants spoke up in the context of those meetings.
And what was their comments?
They were commenting on the plan, things like the buffers around the sites. One of the lots, we reconfigured the lots in response to comments like that. There were input onto what the interpretive, not really interpretive signs, but warning signs. There were a number of substantive comments provided by both the council members as well as attendees in these council meetings.
Just kind of curious, any of those supporters for this project, I'm just surprised at hearing there's a lot of testimonies are opposed to this project, but there's none I've heard that are in support of this, so, I'm just curious that, you had this, you said we put on newspaper, how long have you posted this in a newspaper, or, how much time did you set up meetings or some sort of, just want to understand.
Well, like I said, we ran these ads. We also consult with the Historic Preservation Division as to potential descendants, and that was part of the effort originally done back in 2005. It's been quite a bit of time since we did this.
Thank you.
Would you like your opportunity to respond? And we'll do brief response, 3 minutes, and you maintain respectful behavior. Mahalo.
There will always be respectful behavior.
Mahalo.
And I'm very kind to all who are hearing me, because my testimony, I should say, the onus is on your shoulders for not asking what you should. If you have even looked at this material, you are knowing this is oral history that comes from sublime conveyance of spirit. In 2010, these began to come to me. The oracle at Ahu'enahiel is the only oracle in the world that is receiving words from Most High God. How amazing is this history? And I need to clarify what you're hearing from me in this testimony. I am reporting to you words of spirit. We are talking about a history and an instance not unlike the story of Joan of Arc. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the huge magnitude of this story. You remember on TV watching The Greatest Story Ever Told? Well, you're about to learn by this examination the new greatest story ever told. It began in Koloko by a group of people who worked at Koloko Park wanting to do a blessing of graves there. I was called, and Akua in that instance told me that this.
I'm so sorry, but if you'd like to respond to what they said, that's what
It is
people
part of
close
it. It
public
is very part of
testimony
it,
for now.
Mr. Matusik, and you need
Go
to
ahead.
support the words I'm saying, because it is absolutely about, everything about history here comes from spirit. Where does history begin? And here it is a living history of spirit. So when we're talking about burials, I have been before all of the boards for many years. We all have, like you are reflecting, many people being against the cultural care of the whole area. But now this testimony began in 2010. What was 2010 but the 200th anniversary of the unification of the islands by Kamehameha? Now, what did you have here by my testimony today? You have the announcement by Akua that the kingdom is born again. These lands are protected by Akua. This kingdom is begun again at Ahu'enahiel. And this, you have nothing to contest with. This is absolutely in the light of the most sublime light of day. And that's what this means. And gentlemen, your land, when you begin to talk about your grubbing and talk about it in such a cavalier way, I have to tell you, this brings great, great horror. How dare you talk about the lands and
Okay,
grubbing?
point of order. You
I
addressed
am
me, but not
saying
them.
that, how dare
Yeah.
this be brought
Okay.
to this discussion in this way? To the consultants, I say to you
I
too.
think that'll be
For
about
many
it.
years, we're
We're
working
gonna
the
have to,
people.
we're gonna have to stop,
The
Andy.
people
I'm
who
so
have
sorry.
stood
We
here
always
and
respect you,
have
Manalo.
defended this culture.
We've
Now I
given you the
am giving the
opportunity to
define. Please
speak.
do not
I
speak while
cannot.
I am talking.
It's my duty
This is
as
my
chair to
time.
keep the meeting as ordered. The
And
public
this
testimony has
is
ended. We're
The
gonna ask you to
important
stop,
area
Anthony.
that you need to learn, to read, please take the time to read it.
We really
Because
appreciate
this
you.
comes
Mama
from
Auntie.
Most High God, and this is the only place in the world. Lenahiyao is the first temple on earth, the ancestors tell
We
me.
thank you for your
And
passion,
this-
Auntie. We have to continue
This
the
is
meeting.
truth,
I'm very
Michael,
sorry.
Mr.
I
Batiste.
understand.
I am going to
really
keep talking
appreciate it.
because it needs to be said that this place, this testimony is so very
What is the
important
question?
because this location is so very
We're gonna call for a
important
recess.
and
We're gonna take a
calls
recess.
for
We'll take a recess,
protection.
4:12. Be back in 5 minutes.
Unbelievable, Darren. Unbelievable. Sydney. You see years of people who have been consistently protecting these areas. Please do not touch. I don't need it. Thank you so much. No, you need to read this. Okay, thank you. Please. I do too. And please, I do not want to talk to you at this moment. I'm talking to them. Please sit down. Unbelievable. Have you read it? You better, because you know what? You have it. You have it in the, the planning department, have you provided the materials for the applicant?
Would come to us.
Oh, yeah, I think it does come to the applicant.
I'd like to have it.
Don't they get a copy? I see. No, we had a testimony. We had a testimony. We need to stop. So you know what they're talking about is not. Give it a second. I encourage you.
Oh, that could be-
I do. You do need to have a copy. I think you do.
My wife is doing it. Very-
Almost solved.
Ms. Roy, we have to hold up for not being held right now. We'll ask you to sit on the back side and observe what we have to do. I'm so very much that you understand.
Can we return to order? Mahalo. Thank you for being here, guys. We're good today. Mahalo. Okay, commissioners. If there are no further questions, I think at this point we can move forward with a motion to for positive recommendation or negative recommendation or request deferral with additional information to be provided at a later date.
I recommend a deferral personally. I can focus right now anyway. Can I vote?
I agree. I think the deferral is appropriate, but I think maybe you could make that motion and then we can have a discussion about it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to defer the action for the applicant Hawaii One investment. Is this just 5? Or is this 5 and 6?
5 and 6.
5 and
Should we, can we do them together or do we have to do it separate?
I believe we have to do them separately.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. For item 5, we have a motion for deferral. Item 5 is the rezone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. So to me, the what I think would be the most concrete thing that I would request a deferral on is the updated cultural impact assessment. But I believe that pertains more directly to agenda item 6, which is the SMA permit application as a thought guy, or we're doing for both?
If it's okay.
Sure, of course, yes.
And I think we want to stay on a more uplifting note, but the applicant would support the request for deferral, and clearly in order to perform an updated CIA.
Yep.
We believe that Kapaka'i analysis can apply not only to the SMA, but also as part of the rezoning. So
Sure. It would apply to both, but in the case of the SMA, it is the commission's final authority on acceptance of the SMA. So yes, we'll just apply it to both.
Chair, if I could.
Oh, yes, 1 second. I'm sorry. Sensei reminded me to make sure that the report, the updated CIA is also passed through the CRC as well.
That would be terrific. Yes, that would be terrific.
They'll just be included as part of the overall review process.
And then now that is the only thing that I would put into the in writing about what the deferral is for. But when you come back, I would love to see if there are any of those creative mitigation strategies for providing a level of affordable housing component to the project. Now, I let you guys are probably smarter than I am, but if that's a discussion that you can have internally with the developers and figure out if there's any sort of possibility of turning affordable housing from a credit that goes off into who knows where to a house for someone to live in, I would really appreciate that. I think everybody would as well.
We'll talk to the owners and I think housing as well, because
Yep.
maybe involved in something.
Yes, awesome. Okay.
The only other thing I wanted to throw out there as part of our discussion, which Vice Chair DeFranco had brought up, is the traffic considerations that many of the testifiers raised. He noted that the traffic report was done at the end of 2020. And there was some reference to that COVID was over and people were going back to work and those things, but I don't, that was not my experience of the end of 2020. And so I think one of the things I am also interested in is getting a better sense of what the current traffic flow is in this area. Because now we're really back from COVID. I don't think we were at the end of 2020, quite frankly.
And in addition, potentially including the discussion about escape route. If there's a possibility.
Which is very relevant,
Yes.
given what just happened in Waikoloa.
About the possibility of doing that escape route on the Kahului, corridor parkway.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be open to looking at that, and that would have to coordinate with the county as well, because that's county land.
Yes, yes. I'm just looking at those options. I'm sorry, Auntie, we've closed public testimony. There's no availability. Okay, Ms. Roy.
Could you also ask him? Ms. Roy.
Ms. Roy.
My testimony to do with the CIA.
We have to recess again, Ms. Roy. I would really like to complete this and move forward. And
Clarity in the answer, he knows.
please, thank you, Mr. Rai. You may continue.
Since we're speaking about just clarifying expectations for the next meeting, and we were speaking about the TIAR, we were speaking about
the CIA cultural impact.
right, the CIF, I'm sorry, I was more concerned about TIAR. I just wanted to verify because of the deferral and, typically concurrency requirements, TIAR 6 months from prior to filing, the expectations on the department as far as concurrency requirements and deferral, we have no idea how long an updated CIA will take. We have no clue.
So Darren,
So
yeah, that seems fine. So your question is just whether or not we'll work with you on the timeline of the TIAR update relative to the requirements to submit.
we just want to make sure we understand the need to possibly update it, but we have to be sensitive about the 6 months, whether that comes into play.
Understood.
Mr. Arai, the application has already been filed and your TIR was done in October of 2021. So the concurrency requirement for traffic has already been met.
Thank you.
Okay. We can proceed with a vote on that for agenda item 5.
So just so I'm clear, the deferral is to have the applicant provide an updated cultural impact assessment to be reviewed by the CRC before it comes back, and that's what's limited. Everything else was just additional requests. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair DeFranco?
Aye.
Commissioner Knowles?
Aye.
Commissioner Dela Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha? And Chair Vatusa?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion carries 5-0.
And then I will seek a similar motion for agenda item 6.
Yeah, I motion to defer item 6 for Hawaii 1.
Under the same
second.
parameters.
The same parameter.
So motion by Vice Chair DeFranco, second by Commissioner Knowles. Any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed with roll call vote. Oh, yes. Sure.
So moving forward, just like what we just did with this SMA, moving forward, it being so long in 2019, I believe there's a lot of steps kind of what's going on and moving forward with the cultural impact assessment statement, meeting with cultural, obviously, that we've seen today, reaching out to families. I believe that the developer is a good guy from what it sounds like. I just see that just kind of was brought up by, Mr. Dela Cruz. Our whole community And majority, a lot of people were not in support of this. There was nobody that came out that was here to support it. And that's, like, for us, that's a big decision. I understand to the affordable housing, you know, the credits that were there, we understand what that is. A lot of people don't. Just moving that forward. So I'm conflicted on what we're doing, and if we're just gonna keep pushing the ball and keep going down, I guess, down a rabbit hole to get to the same position that we're in today. You know, and if, I would say, the landowner, which you guys represent, is able to accomplish these things which the community is asking for, which is, you know, a lot of the concern that was brought up to many people, you know. I think that's huge for us to make an issue on, for one. For two, the SMA being so long, like you said, it was all conditions were met except for one, that they didn't come back. But that's something that we brought up as a commission that needs to start changing. We need to hold accountability to everyone on that SMA, any development, not only this one. If it's done, you need to come back and reapply, plain and simple. You know, we can't just keep, it doesn't make, I don't know, like I said, we don't, and this is for my fellow commissioners, and, you know, the commission as well. You know, where does it end? Type of a thing, and that's just my opinion. You know, like I said, the park is amazing. It sounds like the guy's a great guy. It sounds like he's willing to do whatever he can to suffice the community, but we're sitting here, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we're gonna keep asking to get more information, which things were done in 2006. You know, we just got a recent traffic study in 2021. Obviously, that new one that was there that we knew about as well. So I think there's just, you know, I think there's a lot of, I would say, not confusion, but confliction with moving things forward to where are we going to get this done? You know, there's a timeline that's there that is feasible for the owner to be able to do, you know, parameters, I guess, maybe set forward if he's going to be able to do that. You know, those are the questions I'm here to ask. And
that makes sense. I totally understand your perspective on that. And I feel like when they come back after doing this, that I'm hopeful that it'll be a presentation of essentially enough information that would be supplied for a new permit application. So we've had that multiple times from Mr. Fouquet, where an application will come in as if it was a new application, even though it's a time extension. And to me, that's more applicable to the SMA than it is to the rezoning ordinance.
Yes.
Rezoning ordinance runs with the land, it's going to be stale, but a permit is defined. And so I think that if we're treating it as a new permit, when it comes back to us and we have all the information to review it against the current standards, and we can apply any conditions that would be applied to a new permit to this, and it serves the same purpose. So as long as we have enough information to review the project's impacts on the special management area today, based on the conditions today, then we have enough information to rule on whether this project should move forward.
I agree.
Just to be clear, we're focused on the cultural aspect, correct?
Correct.
You have the TIAR, you have the EIS, that's all that stuff.
yes.
Cultural
Yeah.
aspect.
But also, you know, like we've talked about, the additional components of looking at the affordable housing and what can be done on that side, just to see if we're looking at this from a new lens, today's eyes are seeing this, and what can we do? Is it still affordable housing credits, or is there something different that we can do to accomplish this in a better way?
Affordable housing is not part of estimate, that's part of it.
Yes.
So we're not talking about, I'm just trying to be clear, all right, so.
But one project, right? It's
Yeah.
one project, and we're just trying to find the best way to review it in today's standards.
Okay.
And when we transmit our action letter, we'll make clear kind of what the asks are, the reasons for deferral with the additional requested information.
Okay, terrific. The timeline will be on, no, we didn't put a specific timeline because the timeline is the cultural impact assessment. So that's going to be up to them and up to the Cultural Resource Commission and up to the process to play itself out.
And Mike, I mean, the next time you guys come back, can the actual person be on Zoom with us, or, you know? He's got.
Can is an actual person.
Yeah, we're just holograms over here. Actually,
You know what I mean.
he wanted to participate, come out the owner?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to be on Zoom today, but I guess the rules were changed, so
Oh.
I couldn't have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can't even have the
Yeah,
applicant on Zoom?
The agenda indicates that applicants and commissioners will be available in person. And so,
So can that be, for people that don't live in the state, can that be any exceptions? Could they made exceptions?
With something we can talk about
Yeah,
offline.
you want to be here
Yeah,
today,
we'll
but-
get back with you on that. Instead of figuring it out right now. That is a request that came from the commission, so we'll try to see what we can do. Okay, can we proceed with the roll call vote?
yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is a motion to defer pending an updated CIA reviewed by the Cultural Resources Commission. Commissioner Franco,
Aye.
Commissioner Knowles,
Aye.
Commissioner Dela Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
And Chair Matusek.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion carries with 5 aye votes.
Mahalo, guys. We appreciate you coming in here. We realize that everybody's got the same goals and we want to continue to work towards the best project that we can. Mahalo.
I have a whole new respect for you guys. Thank you. I've never spent this much time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and bring a project list. My attorney has reminded me.
Thank you. That was our bad.
Okay. Next up is planning director's report. Report status on the Coloco Drive intersection working group.
That one's me. I'll be really quickly.
Okay.
So we did have a meeting about the Coloco Malpa intersection. Present was Councilmember Inaba. We had the DPW director and one of the engineers from HDOT or Hawaii Department of Transportation and myself. That comprised the initial group to get the conversation going. The representative, the engineer from HDOT, said that they actually are commissioning a traffic impact analysis report for both that intersection as well as Kaimizani. And they would be coming out with those findings hopefully around September. So we're doing a follow-up meeting with that same group initially to see what those findings are. From there, they will be able to identify whether it's channelized, lanes, signalized intersection, et cetera, and then figure out how we can utilize the money there to best make those improvements. But getting that TIAR was really the first critical step to know what to do. So that's in motion. So we'll be following up in September. I felt like everybody there is feeling good about this progress moving forward. So
awesome.
I know the community really needs it there.
Yep. We'll keep driving it.
Okay. Report on special management area determinations, minor permits, enforcement action issued by the planning director.
Aloha. Nothing to report. We sent the reports out to the commission, I believe, a week and a half ago. So I can answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none. I think we're good with that. Agenda items for the next meeting. Are there any updates on scheduling pending requests?
It's in the talks right now. I know the group is formed.
Okay.
I'm one of the.
We can,
that appoints to it as well.
We can talk into the mic, CJ.
It's in the.
And we can't discuss that now.
Has been very.
Am I right?
very-
Yeah, we can't discuss it now, but we can put it on a future agenda.
I could ask for an update or even letter from DPW, just get the
Terrific.
status of that for us.
Terrific. We want, we've had requests on the purview of the Cultural Resource Commission and presentation on the permit extension process. Are there any other requests? Okay, terrific. Announcements. I'll make the announcement that we received a letter of resignation from Commissioner Yates. So she'll be leaving us to take care of some health issues. She appreciates her time working with everybody. I'm not sure if she's going to come back so we can give her an aloha. If not, then what is our plan?
I will present a certificate at the next meeting, even if it's recorded, we can at least send that to her. Hopefully she can tune in, hopefully she can be present, but we'll present that to her.
Awesome, terrific, terrific. That's great. And then
We all have to
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I second it.
That was fast. That was the fastest one of the day. Motion by Commissioner Kanuha, second by Commissioner Dela Cruz. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Yeah. Not.
Hey, guys, thank you very much. Thank you.